where it stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Well, hello. Happy Monday. Boy, oh boy, do we have a lot going on today. But wait, what's happening? What's happening in the world? So, as you guys know, or I would assume that you guys know, right now everybody is in the courtroom. And last I heard, I think Holman was on the stand. So, but we also have some filings that were filed over the weekend and this morning. So they hit the docket. We're going to go over those while we wait for, is Nick going down? While we wait for the updates from inside the courtroom. We do have quite a few people that we know that are in there. So we'll see what happens. Where's Mata? He is in the courtroom. 70 days of missing interviews. Yeah, we'll go over there. Hi, Melmac. Hold on one second, you guys. So, oh, goodness gracious. Stop it, you guys. So a heads up before I say hello to everybody. Give me 1 second. Okay, so a heads up before we get too far into it, and I can say hi to everybody. I want to let you guys know that this week is going to be very interesting going live because we have people here redoing our roof. And if you know anything about my dogs, they don't like other people being in their area. Yeah. So if there is some unexpected barking, I just want to apologize. And if there is some noise coming from above me, which I'm hoping that there isn't, I also apologize. So yeah, this is going to be tough. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. I'm like, can you just start Tuesday? Like Monday is a big deal. I'll just start on Tuesday. No, they're starting today. So it sucks. Anyway, I want to say hi to everybody in chat and thank you guys for being here. And then we will start. We'll look through the updates first, and then we'll go through the documents as we wait. They should be hitting their lunch break right about now. So, hey Shiraz, morning hearing is apparently to amend the charges. Afternoon is contempt. You sure? Why is Holman on the stand to amend the charges? My little baby's asleep by my side. Okay, well, ooh, yeah, be careful. Oh, your puppy baby. Okay, I was like, oh man, you have a baby asleep. The dog's gonna bark, and the big dog's got the deep bark, and the little dog's got the high pitched bark. So, yeah. What's up, BGOG? Hi, Hunting Evil. Hi, Malicious Intent. I'm Mama Bear and Sadie. Hi, ATS. Leah Lou. Hey, Marissa. If I sleep while I listen, it's 2 a.m. Yeah, no worries at all. Just hopefully the dogs don't scare you awake and you're like, oh my gosh, there's dogs in my house. Hi, Teresa. Hi, Mary. Hi, Chris. Hi, Joanna. Hi, Laura. And Teresa and Shraz. I think I already said hi to Shraz. Mal. Hi, Shelly. Hi, Kelt. Sadie, hi, True Crime Fangirl. What's up, BH? Hey, J Rabbit. Slews the puppies. Even the puppies are excited today. Where have you been, T? I've been waiting for you for hours. I'm in South African time and have been up for more than 8 hours. Good to see you and hello, chat. I had to drop off all the kids at school. So that was what I did. And then I literally came home and went live. I'm hoping that when my husband comes home, he's going to bring me something to eat because I didn't even eat breakfast yet. So, but I've already cracked a Dr. Pepper. So we're ready. I mean, we're in the zone. We're in the zone. All right, hold on. Let me close that so we don't get a bunch of notifications. Hi, Dr. Vonda. What's up? Hi, sweet dude. Okay, hold on. Let me go back down to the bottom real quick. Cheers. Cheers. That's your talks, Jeff. Hi, Lambert. Hi, other Teresa. Kelly, Spinster. Fluffy Bunny. Hi, Holy Schnikes. Hi, Queen. Good to see you, honey. Hi, Jen. Hi, Ariel. I want to apologize to you in the chat the other day. My disrespect. Oh my gosh, no, I get it. So Shelly accidentally got timed out during the fiasco of like a lot of people getting timed out because they were misbehaving, and Shelly got the timeout even though her comment wasn't bad. But you know, as a mod for other channels, unfortunately, like when chat starts going so fast, you go to hit something and the comment you're going to hit moves up and you hit the other one. I've timed out people so many times. I'm like, I suck at being a moderator. Let me just tell you. I don't know why anybody wants me as a wrench. Where did we get that Holman is on the stand right now? One of the Facebook groups posted it. Maybe they're incorrect. Okay, so let's see. Hey, Trevin. What's up, Mike? I think I saw Steve in here. My chat's kind of skipping all over. Yeah, popped up. It's Delphi time. Artsy fartsy. Diet Dr. Pepper for crying out loud. I know, biting your nails. I know. I did not sleep well last night because I was like, am I gonna be ready like for whatever happens? And I was going like over every scenario possible of what the outcome could be. I was like, man, this is ridiculous. I shouldn't be this nervous about this. Like, I shouldn't be nervous about like what's going to happen at a hearing that actually has nothing. I mean, it kind of does have some of the stuff has to do with the trial, but you know what I mean. Sweet Teet's like, I apologize for all this shit I haven't done. But sometimes it does. It happens. And I know, and I profusely apologize to Shelly. So Shelly, no, I get it. Because she's like, what the hell? I didn't even do anything and I got timed out. But like I said, I've been there. I've done it. All right, so let's look for some of the updates, and then we're going to go through some of the motions. I have not. Oh, I don't know why that got so blurry. I have not actually read the motions myself yet. So me reading them will be the first time I've actually read them. But I have heard quite a few things. So let's see what's going on with Kara first, because she was putting some stuff up. Why is my Twitter so big? This is weird. Hold on. And get it back to normal sized. I don't know why it's doing that. I hope this background noise isn't going to be like super irritating. Probably for me it will be. Maybe hopefully you guys don't hear it. Okay, so Kara has gone through. Looks like she's going through some of the docs already. Okay, so I'm going to wait on that, and then we'll go over to. I know News Nation has been popping in and out of the courtroom, so let's pull them up and then share. Hi to everybody. I think I have all the docs from this morning. I just have not actually read them because, like I said, I got up, made lunches, did all that, did all my mom's stuff, and then once that was all done, then I got to come home and Delphi. So. You ain't going nowhere, malicious intent. You are stuck with me forever. Forever. Let's make sure we share the audio. I don't know why it doesn't just automatically share audio. That's the stupidest thing. Let's get rid of this. Oh, Sadie. Thank you. I appreciate it. It is going to be a long day. News Nation said the hearing was over an hour ago. You're aware. Good. Good. Hi, Just Deb. All right, let me see. 2 months. What? I know. I was just talking yesterday. I'm like, I really have got to get back on my game for members only stuff. I'm not doing very well. So to all my members, just know I really do appreciate you guys. Ultimately, you don't make, as a creator, there's no money being made like from like ad revenue. I don't know anybody, unless your views are like the hundreds of thousands or whatever. Like it's pennies per video. So the members and you guys doing super chats and stuff, that's really what makes the channel. So I do really appreciate it. Even though I know I suck at doing the member stuff, I promise maybe as soon as Delphi's done that I can figure out my life again. So for crying out loud, thank you for 3 months. Teresa, thank you for 2 months. Dr. Vonda, thank you so much. Thank you for the $4.99. And Sadie, thank you for the $9.99. I appreciate it. Yeah, Kara Winicke's husband is inside, right? I don't know if he's actually there. He was on the list of quote unquote exhibits. Essentially, what it looked like in the documentation was that he had put something together for the defense. And this is me assuming, so please take it for what you want. And my assumption is that they had a lot of lawyers on their witness list. So I think that what they were doing was putting together how lawyers typically go through these types of processes, and how, sometimes there's mistakes, sometimes there's, like you accidentally send an email to the wrong person, that kind of stuff. And I think that this whole group of attorneys is just going to go, hey, this is the proper protocol. This is what happens when we make mistakes, so on and so forth. Hey, Kaylee. Prove both counts. Wait, what? What? She proved both counts of murders and dismissed both kidnapping charges. Hi, Kathy. Holy shnikes. Well, now I'm saying the name of the people that are in the chat. Holy shit. Yeah, figure out my life again. Relatable. I see, Deb. Okay, hold on. Really? Let me go look. Jeez. I don't want to have my Facebook up because it just dings and I don't know how to turn that off. Oh, well. Let me just check. And maybe I'll just keep my phone handy, which I don't normally do during the live. Both counts of murder were approved. Both counts of kidnapping were dismissed by the judge in Monday's hearing. This is, looks like they're at recess. Let me see.
Oh, boys.
Yes, they are at recess. So hopefully we're gonna get some updates. Let's see if Bob's gonna do anything. And then I do have a couple other people who are going to send me some of the notes from the hearing, so hopefully we can see those too. Like I said, we'll do the motions as time permits us to, because I'd much rather hear what's going on inside the courtroom, because we can read these anytime. Let me see. Okay, so that was channel 13. Ruckus is on Frank Meister's. Yeah, I don't know if Frank Meister would be okay with me playing his. Oh, Bonnie, thank you. Following on Twitter, it's a cluster. Yeah. I'm on the edge of my seat to hear what is happening this morning. Okay, thank you. Hi, Cat's Cars in California. Yeah, I wonder why they dismissed the kidnapping charges. That's what I want to know. But I'm hoping that we're not getting anything from News Nation here. Let's play this while I look around for some other updates.
Back in the courtroom this morning today, the families of those two teenage girls from Indiana who were brutally murdered.
Everybody can hear that, okay? Gull also responded to the defense's motion to recuse the judge, which she denied. So she tossed the charges that has video evidence on the down the hill, the actual kidnappings. That's why I want to get clarification on what she actually did. What about Court TV? I'll check them too. Okay, so hold on. Let me Malicious intent. 15 months. Damn, girl. See, you are stuck with me. All right, so I'm going to play this, and then I'll look
on
for
a
other
hiking
updates.
trail near Delphi may finally get some answers. It's been 7 years since these best friends were killed, and today there are going to be 2 hearings in the Delphi Murders case of Abby Williams and Libby German. The first hearing is in relation to the leak of crime scene photographs, and the second is on a defense motion to dismiss for destruction of evidence. The suspect in the case is Richard Allen. He is expected in court today. This will be his first courtroom appearance, so significant as well. Joining me now, Karen Conti, trial attorney and author of the new book, Killing Time with John Wayne Gacy. It's set to be published March 26th. Welcome and thank you, Karen. I know you've been following this case closely. It's been complicated. It's been hard to follow because there's been so much behind the scenes legal drama. Are we, after today, going to have a clearer timeline of when this trial is actually going to start?
I sure hope so. We've had judges recuse themselves, and new judge came in. These 2 defense lawyers quit, and then they wanted to come back. The judge wouldn't let them. It went up to the Supreme Court in Indiana. So all of these sideshows are going on. And really now this issue of contempt, the leak of crime scene photos, has become the focus. And the judge is now going to decide whether these 2 lawyers should be held in contempt, which of course has nothing to do with bringing justice to the parents of these 2 young girls.
And if held in contempt, how does that impact the timeline of this case?
Well, the judge has a variety of tools. The judge can sanction them when it comes to monetary sanctions. So the judge could issue some sort of fine. The judge could, I don't think the judge is going to dismiss them or not allow them to defend Allen. But I think the judge is going to be very stern, because you cannot be leaking these crime scene photos. In fact, I'm kind of surprised that they were leaked, because they couldn't really be good for the jury pool. Nobody likes to see dead teenage girls on social media. So this whole thing makes no sense. And I really hope that we get past today and move toward getting this case tried.
Because there have been so many hiccups in this case, Karen, Judge Gohl has set forth a lot of rules for today's hearing. For one, we have a producer and reporter in the courtroom, but they cannot have their phones with them. There is no digital capabilities inside the courtroom. Anything unusual about her guidance right now, or does that seem like, because this case is so bizarre, this is par for the course?
It's sort of par for the course. And, when you have the media that has such a massive attention on this case, you've got to really control this. And the judge's job here is not to put on a show for the country to see, but the judge needs to make sure that the defendant gets a fair trial and that the prosecution gets to do what it needs to do without interference. And when you have these sideshows and media attention, you've got to really rein that in and keep it under control. So that is very normal in a case like this.
Richard Allen has not been in court, and his legal team, part of their strategy has been to push the blame onto someone else, that somebody else did this. What's the significance of him being in court today?
Well, the defendant needs to be in court on almost everything. And the fact that he hasn't been doesn't make sense to me. But clearly the defense's job is to deflect attention, because remember, reasonable doubt could mean one juror thinking maybe there was somebody else involved. And all the social media attention, all the sleuthing that's going on by amateurs, there are so many other theories out there that there's some cult and doing ritualistic.
That's us. We're the amateur sleuths, FYI.
Killings, that it's somebody else. So all of those things will play into showing reasonable doubt when the case is tried.
I have spoken several times with the chief of the investigation as late as when this arrest was happening a couple of years ago. And there had been criticism, and I talked to him about this, of the delay in making an arrest, given that we now know investigators interviewed Richard Allen within days of these girls being killed. There have been a lot of criticisms about missteps in the investigation. How might prosecutors handle that in a case like this, that it took 5+ years to make an arrest?
Well, that's a good point, because as a defense lawyer, the first argument you make is the prosecution took 5 years. They must have had reasonable doubt. And when they interviewed Mr. Allen, they must not have focused on him. So now why are we charging him beyond a reasonable doubt? So that's the argument the defense is going to be making. I think that, this is a small town. And, my guess is that they don't have a whole lot of double murder cases. And I think this probably was, there was some miscues there. But again, we're hoping that there's DNA evidence. We don't know any of these things yet. But it can't just be that he was at that place on that trail, and that murky picture that we saw, that film we saw, that doesn't necessarily tie him to the murders.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider.
So I don't know if there is. Let me see if there's an Bob's not going live, but I know that there's other people from the courtroom that are live. I just don't know if I can play their stuff. Witnesses that are yet to testify are still sequestered in the hallway, which makes sense. Let's take a look at this article. Thank you, Sleuthy, for sending this one. So I did pull my Facebook back up, and I don't know how to turn the sound off. So if it does start bothering you guys, I'll close it again. But I don't want to miss. Yeah, Bob is it. I don't think anybody got denied. Somebody sent me a screenshot. I think that it was Is a Crime and Shame was showing, and it looked like Bob was there. Kevin and Anya were there. I don't know if I saw like Frank Meister in that picture though. I'd have to go back and look. Just making up fucking words that go with shit now. Okay, so Delphi Murders case hearings. Judge approves murder charges. Dismisses the kidnapping charges. Let's see what this is. Let me blow this up a little bit for you guys. Close. Okay, so Delphi Murders. Suspect Richard Allen is back in court Monday, March 18th in Fort Wayne for 2 hearings in the case. Special Judge Francis Gohl has ruled on a few big decisions that will decide how the rest of the case moves forward. Allen is accused of killing Abigail Williams, 13, and Liberty German, 14. In February. On January 18th, the same day the Indiana Supreme Court reinstated Allen's attorneys, Carroll County Nicholas McLean filed a request to amend the charges to also include 2 counts of murder while committing or attempting to commit kidnapping, previously filed October 28th, 2022. 2 counts of murder, 2 counts of kidnapping. Okay, so during Monday's first hearing, Gohl approved both counts of murder, but the judge dismissed both counts of kidnapping. McLeland previously said the added charges more accurately aligns the charging information with the cause's discovery and the probable cause affidavit. In regards to the change of venue motion, Gohl ruled that all future hearings will take place in Carroll County. There you go. Okay. During Monday's first hearing, Gohl also responded to the defense's motion to recuse the judge, which she denied. The second hearing to discuss accusations of contempt against Allen's attorneys, Andrew Baldwin and Bradley Rosie, started right after the first hearing ended. Okay, so that makes sense why News Nation would come out and say that it was over, because it's that one that was over, and now they're in the contempt, which would make sense why Holman was on there. Let me see. Okay, so then attorneys have started right after the first hearing ended. Gohl denied the defense's request for a continuance. Well, duh, hello, they're already all in the courtroom. So McLeland argues the attorneys should be held in contempt of court for what he calls a trend of not being completely honest with the court. The prosecutor said that the attorneys violated the gag order in the case by issuing a press release on December 1st. This is so stupid. There was no damn gag order. Proclaiming Allen's innocence, McLeland also points to information including crime scene photos leaked to the public through Baldwin's office. Court transcripts indicate Gohl previously accused Allen's attorneys of gross negligence in the case prior to the removal and the state Supreme Court's later reinstatement of them. A recent court filing shows Baldwin and Rosie are prepared to call at least 6 witnesses and present more than 26 pieces of evidence on Monday. The attorneys have asked several times in recent weeks for the contempt hearing to be delayed. The court denied multiple media requests for cameras in the courtroom during the hearings after a request from Allen. The jury trial in the case is scheduled to take place May 13th through the 31st. The trial was previously set for October. Jury selection will begin on May 13th, which we already talked about that. Once a jury is selected in Allen County, then it'll go to Carroll County. All right, let me see if there's anything else on there. Let's see what they...
Well, tonight, new developments in the Delphi Murders trial. It appears that trial might now begin much sooner than expected.
A little adjustment to the timeline there. Our senior investigative reporter Bob Siegel explains the new court filing today that could drastically change when they head to court.
Richard Allen's attorneys filed this earlier today. It's a motion to begin his trial early, and it kicks in a brand new clock that starts ticking immediately. Richard Allen has been in prison for more than 16 months, charged with the murders of Delphi teenagers Abby Williams and Libby German. His attorneys believe Allen is innocent, so they want his trial to begin as soon as possible. That's why they filed this motion that requires the judge to set a speedy trial date. Once this motion is filed, state rules say a trial must be commenced no later than 70 calendar days from the date of the motion, unless there's a delay due to congestion of the court calendar or an emergency, or if the defendant is released from jail
This is old, isn't it?
trial. Those delays are unlikely because Allen
is
is
this on
charged
here?
with such serious crimes and special.
Why is that one on there? Is this supposed to be the
Breaking
new one?
news right now. In the last couple of hours, we have learned the defense team in the Delphi Murders case is renewing two big requests. First, the attorneys want to delay a hearing set for Monday. And second, they want evidence thrown out.
Okay,
The
this
defense
is
team is
not necessarily
again
new either.
arguing the court should throw out evidence discovered in the search of Richard Allen's home. They say they have new information about how the sheriff lied or misled the judge to get the search warrant. Specifically, the defense says data about cell phones shows other people were in and around the crime scene the afternoon of the murders.
How
Also,
weird, right?
another filing today says the defense team
Is it
is
this one?
just this week receiving new information critical to their ability to respond
So
to
weird that they
contempt
just put the old ones
accusations,
in here. Stop
and
putting
they
the old ones.
can't be ready for that hearing Monday.
They just added a bunch of old shit into the article. So let's see what this one is. And hi, everybody who has popped in. I appreciate you guys coming in. Oh, old stuff. Yeah. Oh, I know. Exactly. Old shit. Stop giving us the old stuff. Tell us what's really going on. Let's see.
Afternoon, everyone. We start with breaking news in the Delphi Murders case. 2 kidnapping charges have been dropped
Here we go.
against Richard Allen. Right now, we have multiple crews at the Allen County Courthouse for 2 hearings in the Delphi Murders case. But first, we start with our Samantha Johnson, who is live there right now with what happened during the first hearing. Good afternoon, Samantha.
Hey, Matthew, that's right. So that first hearing, which was set for 9 o'clock this morning, was to discuss those amended charges, which was filed by the prosecutor earlier this year. And like you mentioned, the biggest news is that counts 5 and 6, those 2 kidnapping charges, were dismissed. And the state actually dismissed those on their own at the very beginning of this morning's hearing. Shortly after that, we can tell you the judge upheld counts 3 and 4 against Richard Allen, which are the 2 murder charges in the deaths of Abby Williams and Libby German. Of course, we know they were found in February of 2017. The judge in today's hearing also ruled on several smaller motions, including one that the defense asked for all upcoming hearings to be in Carroll County instead of Allen County. The judge said, listen, I understand your ask. Their argument was that just because she's a special judge in this case doesn't mean those hearings can be moved here to Allen County, which is her home court. So she agreed, and she said that any hearings between now and the trial, which is expected to begin in May, will be held in Carroll County instead of Allen County. Now, also, I can tell you in the first hour of today's hearing, we did hear from both sides. We saw Richard Allen inside the courtroom today.
This is
and
old
the defense
footage, though.
asked several times for that contempt hearing, which was scheduled for today at 2 o'clock, to be continued. They asked several times. The judge denied them several times. In fact, the judge ruled that the prosecutor and the judge would stay on this afternoon's hearing, and that was after the defense had asked them both to recuse themselves. And perhaps most importantly, when it comes to that contempt hearing, which was scheduled for 2 o'clock, it's underway right now. So we went from the hearing about the amended charges straight into that contempt hearing. In fact, it started around 9:45 this morning. So as for what's happening right now, I just stepped out of the Allen County Courthouse. So far, The state has only called 2 witnesses. We heard from 2 investigators in this case. And as a reminder, they're talking about communication that may or may not have happened between the outside world, essentially, and the defense team in this case. The prosecutor claims the defense team violated judge's orders several times. You'll remember the judge said that Allen's attorneys acted grossly negligent in their representation of Richard Allen. So today was their day to prove to the court that they had not done those things. So that's what they're doing right now inside. The defense team is answering to those accusations of contempt. Our Bob Siegel is inside that courtroom. Our Emily Longnecker is here as well. Like we mentioned, only 2 witnesses from the state called so far. We know the defense has a full list of witnesses as well. So, Matthew, we're going to stay on the ground here in Allen County. More updates to come throughout the day here on 13 News.
Charges have.
Ah, shit. Interesting. Okay, so I don't know if this is accurate or not, but it said that the prosecutor actually dismissed the other 2 charges. I don't know if they're not understanding. Okay, I'm not sure. I need somebody that was inside the courtroom to come and correct us, because if you remember, they were adding the amended charges were the 6 charges from the 2 charges. So it's 3 charges per girl, and it was 1 charge per girl, but they added that caveat. I wonder if I can pull that up real quick, to like each of them. I don't know. Kidnapping charges dismissed. Maybe Nick is looking for. Did she just dismiss the old charges and gave him the new charges? Because that's what I'm wondering. Did I see the recent message? Nick was chilling. Nick was chilling talking to I thought goal dismissal, and that was confusing. Yeah, I'm not really sure on exactly that. So I'm wondering if it's just the old charges, like, hey, we don't want those anymore. We want these 6. I'm kind of confused. So thank you for joining, KT. And Shrez, thank you so much for the memberships. I saw that you gifted them, and I didn't get a chance to thank you yet. And hi, everybody that's popped in. Hi, Unsolved. Hey, JoJo. Hey, Mustang. Radar, did I see the newest one? Yeah, don't guess based on that reporting. Yeah, I'm not going to. Snay and Noe was just in each other's face, not physical. Oh, Jesus. Check Twitter. Okay. Oh, gosh, they're on top of the fucking roofers are on top of me. You can hear them walking around. So inconvenient. Let me see. Contempt hearing break till 1. Most of what Hennessy objects to, good old Gull overrules. She has allowed things in as evidence that really isn't relevant. She has even gone so far as to insult Hennessy. Ooh, that's interesting. This is from somebody who's inside the courtroom. So, asking him if he needs hearing assistance. Ooh, walked out at break, and Snay and Noe got into it, and all the cops came booking it. This person says no. It looked like Noe instigated it from where they were standing, but now Snay is kicked out. Oh, Jesus. And he is getting called to testify after lunch. Not sure how all that's going to go. I don't know why that witnesses would have been by the other people, though. This must have been like during the break. State is done. Defense calls witnesses next at 1 o'clock. Okay, so wait. State is done? According to that news, they'd only called 2 people so far. That's curious. That's curious. Okay, let's see what this one is. This is Fox 21. What was I on? Fox 13 yet? Or WTHR? Okay, let me see here. Give me 1 second, you guys. Okay, let me see what this one is. So this is Fox 21. Let's see what they say. That's the old one. Appear in court 9 and 2. The hearing marked the first time Allen appeared in the Allen County Courthouse. Cameras are not permitted in the courtroom. File addition. Okay, so filed a request to amend the charges to include 2 counts of murder while committing or attempting to commit kidnapping, which was filed on October 28, 2022. 2 counts of murder and 2 counts of kidnapping. McClellan said the amended charges more accurately aligns the charging information with the causes discovery in the probable cause affidavit. The prosecutor filed the request on January 18th. We already know all this. During the morning hearing, Judge Gull also denied a motion to change the venue for the trial, maintaining it and all future hearings will be held in Carroll County. The trial originally set for October is now scheduled to begin May 13th. Okay. Oh. Thanks for nothing. How is Baldwin in trouble? I didn't hear that. Yeah, but they were on break, so I wonder if he's. I figured he would pop on and do something really quick, but he didn't. Let me see. Let me see if. So I know like Truth and Transparency is in the courtroom today. Frank Meister's in the courtroom. News reported. I have no idea how this will turn out. Yeah, I don't think that Gold likes Hennessy very much, but all right, let's see. Snake's gonna snake. Since the murder while committing kidnapping has the same elements as kidnapping, I don't think he can be charged with both crimes. He might be worried he won't get back in. So sounds like someone's playing basketball in your room. I know. I'm really sorry, you guys. The roof. They were getting a new roof this week, and so it's just. I don't know really what to do about the noise. Hi, Allie. Okay, Jenny, thanks. I don't know. They're not in the courtroom, so I don't know why that was necessary. They're on lunch, I thought. Yeah, so he should be able to do it. Sad, but completely expected. At least Rick Allen got to see the sun today. Yeah, but Liggett was the one that was actually in charge of transporting him, so that's kind of interesting, too. I don't know how that ride would go. Very little conversation. Yeah, the 2 p.m. hearing is already happening because they already finished the other one. Roof noise isn't bad. Don't worry about it. Okay, thank you, Trevin. I'm just really sorry. They proved collusion? I don't know. I don't know about that. Sleuthy, did you say something up here before that I missed? I just see Noe. Yeah, he was the one that was in charge of the too bad. I don't know what that means. I hope you're not being snarky though, Lynn. That's not like you. Did Steve pop in? Did I miss it? Why is my chat not showing it all this shit? Yeah, TNT just went live. Do you have a body and a clothes dryer? I know. That's what it sounds like. No, I have the roofing companies here. All right, well, I'm gonna play Truth and Transparencies just to see what her update is. I know that not everybody is the biggest fan, but I know that she won't get pissed off at me for playing it. Westerman, Fortson, Cohen, and Baldwin. I don't know. I know those names though, Lynn. I don't understand what you're saying though, that they proved anything yet. They haven't even finished the hearing. How many people have actually even testified so far? Because from what we were told, it was 2. All right. I know, you guys, but I don't know. I don't know if Frank would get mad if I played his. Delphi After Dark is live? Okay, he won't get pissed off at me, I don't think. But yeah.
Somebody pulled me away.
Oh, shit.
And it was someone that's been on my channel before. It goes by Gambies. And we went for a walk and we were talking and everything. And here comes this Lieutenant Hogan that runs the building. And that's when he told me, he says, well, first he says, you have a subpoena? And I said, no, but I'm here to testify. Well, then he threw me out, or he said he was going to throw me out. I told him, no, you're not. And he went to talk to Mr. Hennessy. Well, I went outside, right? And when he was walking away, he goes, it's been a problem all day. And I said, I have? I said, what did I do? I've been sitting in the back of the room, keeping my mouth shut. And then I was hugging Richard Allen's mom. Oh, that's a problem. That's a problem. But they all were coming. They had, when I left the building for lunch, Noe was fucking mouthing me again, jawing me. So I walked right up to him and he kept backing up. I was like, come on, man, come on. And then all of a sudden, here they are again. They got like 15, 20 cops. Go, get out of here. You're going to jail. I said, you guys don't fucking scare me, you know? So they threw me out and now I don't get to testify, you know, but it's no big deal. But you know who didn't show up? Holly. Holly didn't show up. Don't have the balls to face me, do you? Anyway. I talked to Bob Mata for a while. Oh my God. Go was like denied. And every freaking objection that Hennessy made, overruled. And then Hennessy was having trouble hearing her because she mumbles. You mumble, Franny. She mumbles. And Hennessy was having a hard time hearing her, and she goes, do you need an hearing assistance device? Oh, my God. Fix is in, people. Fix is in. Not to mention, look at my hair. Holman made a point of saying that he knew the pictures that Cohen had didn't come from the defense. Didn't come from the prosecution because where they were edited, yes, edited, Holly, no naked pictures of dead children, where they were edited, he said there was a bar on the top and a circle on the bottom, and ISP uses 2 rectangles. He said there would have been 2 rectangles if it would have been them. Well, guess what? My pictures had 2 rectangles. So anyway, I got to go find something to eat. I bet I could find something down there. I'm going to go down there. All right. I will be back tonight to do a full live stream about this. They threw me out, man. They won't let me talk. Oh, my God. Skip was there, right? First, I went up to, I came out and I saw Julie Melvin sitting there. So I went over to her and Skip was sitting next to her. And I said, hey, Julie, do you approve of what your little friend Noe is doing to my wife? And she acted like she didn't know. Oh, I don't know anything. Liar. So I said, yeah, he's saying that.
In fairness, I don't think that Julie does know. She literally just got back from vacation and didn't know about half the filings or anything going on. So I can't say for sure she didn't know, but I will say that I know that she's been definitely out of the loop because she was actually enjoying her vacation.
She gave me information from Delphi, and both her and Skip were like, you know, how would they know anything about Delphi? How would she know about it? It's like, yeah, why haven't you said that to her or Noe and Holly? And then Skip goes, hey, Rick. And I go, hey, Skip. And he goes, hey, Rick, and stuck his hand out there. I go, oh, no, thanks, man. That shit don't come off, you know?
Aw, Rick, what do you do?
Anyway, I am on my way. Yeah, they kicked me out, dude. No, he didn't get kicked out. No, he got to stay. Noe has been causing problems all day. He started out by going in and he was knocking on Jinx's window, trying to talk to her and Chris and everything. So Noe's been causing trouble all day. But for some reason, they threw me out. Go figure. But yeah, Noe got to stay. And, you know, I wanted to talk to the media about it, but I didn't get a chance to. No, he actually was talking to Doug Carter. Can you believe that shit? I'll tell you. Anyway, I'm going to eat, and then I'll talk to you guys later. Oh, he looked good, Nursikins. He looked good. I got to talk to Kathy. Got to talk to his mom. He looks good. He looks like he's holding up. Kathy was fantastic. She really looked good. She did. Anyway, guys, I will talk to you later on when I get home. I'm going to do a live stream about this.
Okay. All right. So he's obviously just really pissed. So we're getting a very pissed off Rick Snay about, he apparently got into it with Noe. I don't know who started what. I obviously was not there, but he, so I'm just gonna, I don't know, man. Yeah, he's pissed. I can tell you that I don't agree with anybody contacting anybody's personal lives, their wives or anything like that. If you guys don't do that, I don't know why. I don't get it. Like, this is not, the case isn't about us. I just, if you don't like each other, just don't like each other. So let me go and see. Let me see. So that's unfortunate. So now he will not be testifying. Let me see. I do not see the screen, so and I know, like I said, I know not everybody's a fan of the people I'm playing, but I'm trying to get the updates where we can get them at least right now. So just bear with me. This one's not very long.
Let's break, recess. Oh, boys. We're going to be walking over to grab some lunch. Well. Hella hearsay up in this motherfucker up in Allen Court.
She cusses a lot. For anybody who isn't okay with cussing, she cusses a lot. Just FYI.
But the prosecution just rested their case. Mullins, Holman, and Rector all testified with Hennessy on cross-examination. Hennessy had hella preliminary questions in between while the direct examination was going on. So, but oh boy, well, let's just say this. I'm gonna drop a bomb. Again, hella hearsay up in there. But they are trying to admit screenshots between a dead man, okay, and Mitch Westerman, who is not present, and the dead man obviously is in the grave, you know? So, again, objection. She overruled Hennessy's objection to
Wait,
this
so
is hearsay.
the state put in evidence and Judge Gold overruled it. So, that's problematic because because obviously neither one are there to testify to the validity of it. But if you have the officers who did this, like a Celebrite dump or any type of download, they can testify to what they found. So not necessarily making it hearsay. Yeah, I don't know why Westerman's not actually there. Yeah, she overruled the defense's objection. And hi, everybody that's just popped in. Like I said, I know that not everybody's a fan. Let's just be nice to the people that we're listening to. They're at least giving us some updates from inside the courtroom. I know that not everybody's a fan of everybody that's being played, but like I said, I just do your best to be respectful. Lana's is truth and transparency. Western. Well, he may not be able to testify because he'd probably have to plead the fifth. So because I mean, he's still got his own case going, so I don't know if he would testify.
But
It's
they
okay, Straz.
also
No, I get
admitted
it. I really do. I totally get it, and I absolutely respect everybody's opinions on how they feel about everybody. But I'm just, like I said, at least we're we're getting some updates from inside the courtroom, from anybody and everybody, so we can put together what's actually going on inside the courtroom. They said they got a warrant for Westerman's iCloud. That's what Frank's. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
screenshots into evidence that have no timestamps, no nothing. Just okay. But here's a bombshell for you. In one of the messages, Fortson is saying that the defense finally got the phone records of the girls. So I don't know. That kind of like lit me up a little bit. Like phone records of the girls. I thought only Libby had a cell phone. So again, this was plural. Phone records of the girls. So then I started thinking about the.
Okay, so we did hear this during the whole leak, when the leak very first was going on, that one of the things that was said from Fortson to Mark was that one of the last things that they had talked about was the fact that Fortson was told they had just received the phone data of the girls, and that it did not tie Richard Allen to the girls whatsoever. We've known they both had phones. Well, that's a tough one, ATS, because yes, it has been rumored for a very long time that Abby had a phone. I am of the opinion she had a phone, or at least some type of. I don't know if iPods were still big in like 2017 or anything like that, but I definitely think that there is something to it. I believe, if you want my opinion, and this is my opinion before we get to trial, is that if Abby did have a phone, then, and her phone was missing, it would make sense why law enforcement did not want the public to know that Abby had a phone or any type of device like that. This is clarified in the amended motion to compel. Okay, thank you. So my thought would be, don't tell the public that she had a phone or any type of device, because if the perpetrator took the phone, we do not want them to get rid of it. This is my theory on it, why we would be continuously being told that there is no other phone. That's my theory. Make sure you know that. I know that that's what Becky Patty said, but here's the thing, and this is why people get really mad at the families, and please don't bash the families, but I believe that they are being told what to tell the public. It was part of the investigation. So I think that there are some things that are kind of wonky on, what was said and how things changed. But I also think that there are specific things, like if we're being told, if the families are saying there is no other phone, I'm wondering if it's done intentionally. That's just an example. Okay, we're going to keep going.
Witnesses, and it was quote unquote, there's some really good shit in there, end quote. So, but again, so you had 3 people testifying for the prosecution. So again, this was plural, phone records of the girls. So then I started thinking about the witnesses, and it was quote unquote, there's some really good shit in there, end quote. So, but again, so you had 3 people testifying for the prosecution for the contempt, which is it went in this order: Mullins, Jerry Holderman, and Holman, and the third person is Rector. So all 3 detectives, who's present in the courthouse. Again, I'm gonna go through all of this stuff, but the whole the Patty family's there. Carrie Timmons is there. Yeah.
Okay, so she's saying, as of right now, Well, they I guess the state already arrested, but I'm assuming they can still have their rebuttal witnesses anyway. But the state had Mullen, who, if you guys remember, Mullen was the Delphi chief of police. He actually, I think he was. I don't want to missay. I think he was Carroll County. I think he was a Carroll County sheriff. Shit. I wonder if I don't know if I'm remembering that correctly. But then he became the Delphi chief of police, and then when he retired from there, he went over and became an investigator for Nick McClelland. So that's Mullen. And then Holman is Jerry Holman. I think anybody who's followed the case knows exactly who Jerry Holman is. He's ISP. And then he's certified in some FBI things, but he is ISP. And then Rector, if you guys remember, Rector is the one that created the probable cause for Mitch Westerman. Right? Is that right? Somebody correct me if I'm wrong on that last one. All right, so we're going to keep going.
Let's see what else.
Yeah, Jim, you did.
I didn't know you were live.
Yeah, when I want to go
into
eat.
Unraveling and they time me out because they're reading my comments, but their mod KO is like, you can't have anything.
So
let's go eat somewhere fun.
Yeah, over there. Over there. So we're gonna just walk over there. I was just chilling right here. Rosie is in the car next to me, but I'm gonna be kind and not put the camera all up in this.
So what have you said so far?
Just told him who the first three witnesses were and who the only witnesses are. Hennessy has already made it known that he is recalling
Rector. Ben Rector.
No, he's recalling one of them to the stand, and I believe it's actually going to be Holman.
Oh, you think it's Holman?
Yeah.
Did you see when Hennessy walked by to go to listen? Because Hennessy is kind of hard of hearing and they aren't speaking into the mic very well. And when he walked by, Holman and Rector were, when the Mullins was on the stand, they were like, he walked by and looked at them like he was going to talk to them. And they all like stood like this. And then he walked by like a psych and they looked at each other so puzzled.
Okay, yeah.
Well, that's part of being in the courthouse, is seeing all that stuff.
Oh, Doug Carter was in the building.
Everybody was in that building.
Yeah, I think everybody was there. But Doug Carter was in the building, dressed in his uniform, all blue. And I think everybody from the Patty family was there. Obviously, Derek German was not there. I didn't see Anna. Did you see Anna?
I did not see Anna.
I saw Carrie,
but Anna's
Mike, Becky.
Anna's parents were there.
Okay, yeah, the grandfather.
Kathy Allen was there.
Yeah.
Rick Allen's mom was there. The two PIs for the defense were there.
Mhm.
Baldwin's two PIs. Everybody was basically there. Carter showed up like 10 minutes to 9.
Nick was dressed in a gray suit with a checkered plaid maroon tie. He was standing the whole time from 8 to 9 before he sat down in his chair. Bald was in an all blue suit with an off-white shirt, pink flamingo tie. He had his tight trimmed beard and his black frame glasses.
Good job, Ella. Did you get Gull? The only person I got was what Gull was wearing.
Oh, Gull and Hennessy were like going at it all day. I mean, there was only 2 open seats in the courtroom right before it started. I mean, and then it was snatched up by the Dateline or the 2020 guy.
2020 guy,
Yeah.
Alex. He came in like snagged it. Yep. Because in the decorum, if you guys remember, it says that there would be nobody standing.
Yeah, and then also like it was Rosie that waited behind, and he escorted in, Richard Allen's wife and his mom. And so which I thought was pretty, classy.
Yes, and then Rosie went in to before it started and went to talk to Richard Allen. Richard Allen was brought in by Liggett today. And that's not usually what happens. Liggett does not drive him in, and he did today.
Escorted by 4.
Yes, 4 SERT.
Yeah, team members.
And so when they came in, they decided where he was going to sit. They got a chair and they set it all up so that two members of CERT can be behind him at all times. And then they had 2 other members of CERT go to the back of the courthouse. And yeah,
So far the the prosecution during their case in chief, they turned in 10 exhibits, hella hearsay. Like, I mean, we have all the notes for days and we can go into exactly what they were. The pages that we have here is astronomical, but it's 10 exhibits were, I'm sorry, they attempted to get 10 exhibits in. The exhibit number 3 objected to and won by the defense. So technically 9 exhibits are in.
there goes Rossi.
Oh, yeah, I guess so.
They just ate a quick snack in the car. Aw. Did you hear what he said to me?
No.
I said, "You're doing great." He goes, "I didn't do anything in there today." I go, "Well, not today, but you guys
There
are
he
doing
is.
great."
All right, I want to go across the street anyways and
Yes,
walk over
turn
there.
off your car though.
Yeah, probably that's a good idea, you know. But yeah, just hella notes here. So
I know. Is your hand hurt? I mean, it is what it is. This is old school note taking, and it's amazing. I wanted to look at some of those motions while they were discussing them, though.
well, they don't. Oh, those motions. Yeah, I mean,
Yes.
I think I'm more concerned with those exhibits.
All right, I think they're headed back in. So, hella notes. Okay, so I mean, it sounds like it's pretty hot and heavy in there. But so Rick Snay got kicked out. Somebody messaged me and also said that Noe and Chris Long were kicked out, but I don't know if that's nobody else said that, and Rick Snay said that Noe wasn't kicked out, so I'm not sure. That's interesting. So it looks like they're all basically heading back in from their lunch. So Rick Snay said, or there was a comment about the photos about 2 rectangles. That's weird to me because the one, it has a circle. It has a rectangle and then it has a circle. It's not a rectangle and then a square. I mean, there's, not a rectangle and then another rectangle at all. And there's one I know that has a rectangle and a square, but there's one that has the rectangle and a circle. And I don't know how it would be possible to, what's the banging noises? I know, I'm so sorry, you guys. They're redoing our roof. I try to explain to everybody at the beginning. It's a nightmare. It's going to be loud for a hot minute, and if you can't handle it, I totally understand. Getting a new freaking roof, it's a pain in the ass. And they're like literally right on. I'm like, seriously, today of all days, you have to do like the area right on top of where my setup is. Like, come on. So, all right. I wonder if Frank Meister would get mad if I played his, because I'm curious to what he had to say. Maybe we'll just commentate over. I think he'll be okay, right? Let me see. I don't think he'd be too bad.
But there are a ton of YouTubers out there.
Quote unquote.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. I'm fine to know what's happening
On. You get what you get.
about the relationship. Parked close, which is a good previous.
Oh, here he is. Okay. Hold on. I just want to go to the area where he pops in.
Sad.
What is good? We're on lunch break.
Hey, Frank
What's up, everybody?
Meister. How are you, my
Yeah,
dear?
we're on.
All right. So, I don't know. Frank Meister and I get along pretty well. I like Frank Meister. Frank should be good, right? Thank you, Ashley Schaefer. New roof is great, yeah, but it's who is Lana? Lana is from Truth and Transparency. Put the mic closer to your mouth and turn it down. Oh goodness. Oh, I'm gonna play this, so I'll just try to commentate over it. You have a test to take? Okay.
Oh goddamn! They are going at it in the courtroom, and Rick and Noe got into it.
Yeah, we just saw.
Oh my God, Rick
And
was
you
going
stepped
nuts.
in the middle of it. And you stepped in the middle of them.
I pushed them apart because the cops were coming. So get this shit out of here. That's what I told them. But she denied a lot of shit on the defense. All right.
Okay, I should fair warning here. You know, Frank Meister is very pro prosecution, which is fine by me. But just as a disclaimer for you guys, when he is very pro prosecution.
Changing info amended. They dismissed the 5 and 6 count, and they added the 3 and 4 count on the charges. All crime scene photos and everything have been sealed. Nothing can be released. Change of view.
Okay, well, I am going to probably end up having to talk through this because that's interesting. All crime scene photos have been sealed. Were they not already sealed? The crime scene photos weren't sealed? I'm so confused by that. Okay, so who's on panel? This is Frank Meister's channel, and Ruckus. So from Ruckus Rocks is on, and he's up here in the right corner. And Kristen behind the crime door. So they both have their own channels, and they've been streaming on Frank Meister's throughout the day, just kind of going over things, kind of like how we're going to be doing too. And then Frank Meister is in the courtroom, so he joined when he was on lunch. Noe goes by Venue on YouTube, so that's Noe. So apparently, when they got into it, Frank Meister got in between them and was just like, "You guys, like, knock this shit off." Oh shit. Okay, and then so he's saying she denied counts 5, 6. And they left 1, 2, and they added 3, 4. That makes more sense. Thank you, Frank.
You deny. All other court hearings will take place in Carroll County and Delphi. Notice to remove prosecutor denied.
Okay, he's cutting out on his end.
Railing.
That's not on my end, so FYI.
The hearing. Let's see. The defense is claiming they only got 33 pages of 273 pages of discovery back a couple weeks ago. That's for Sergeant. Damn, we're trying to find a parking spot. I'm going through the notes here, guys. Sorry.
Okay, no worries. You're doing fine. You're breaking up a little bit, so.
All right.
There's nothing.
Jinx and them are behind us. All right. Then they started interviewing Steve Mullen and Woodhouse. He talked to Woodhouse March of 2023, or actually saw his YouTube channel. Shows evidence from the Delphi case. Exhibit number 3 was not admitted. It was the Woodhouse screenshots were not allowed in the hearing. Evidence of the Professor Turco, November 22nd, 2023. They're accepting that it's admitted.
Okay, so let me break that down real quick. So what he's saying is that the exhibit that had to do with Brandon Woodhouse, the screenshots, that was not there. Oh shit! What the hell? Shit. Sorry, you guys.
Will take place in Carroll County and Delphi.
Do not argue in chat. Hi, Aries Fire. Good to see you. So, we talked about the change of venue. We already knew that one. And what else did he say? You guys got me. I put myself off with the whole.
Notice to remove prosecutor denied.
Notice to remove prosecutor denied.
See, derailing the hearing. Let's see. Defense is claiming they only got 33 pages of 273 pages of discovery back a couple weeks ago.
Okay, so we're going to talk about that there's missing. They got like there was a certain amount of pages, but then ended up being like over 200 pages.
Damn, we're trying to find a parking spot. I'm going through the notes here, guys. Sorry.
Okay, no worries. You're doing fine. You're breaking up a little bit, so.
At least he took notes,
All
right,
right.
Travis? Yeah, exactly.
Jinx and them are behind us.
Well, I think most of them took notes. It's just a little. The other ones just didn't go through them.
All right, then they started interviewing Steve Mullen and Woodhouse. He talked to Woodhouse March of 2023, or actually saw his YouTube channel. Shows evidence from the Delphi case. Exhibit number 3 was not admitted. It was the Woodhouse screenshots were not allowed in the hearing. Evidence of the Professor Turco, November 22nd, 2023. They're accepting that it's admitted.
Okay, the evidence about Professor Turco. What? Okay.
Now they went to Jerry Holman. Jerry Holman received a call from Nick McClellan in October 2023 that Becky Patty had called prosecutor on leaked photos. And that's where exhibit number 5 comes in. They were admitted it was the crime scene photos. And when they let the defense see them, I got to see them, and I about threw up because they were flipping them right toward us where we could see them.
What? What? They were flipping them right towards the audience? Hold on.
Admitted it was the crime scene photos.
Hold on, let me rewind it a little bit more.
Jerry Holman received a call from Nick McClellan in October 2023 that Becky Patty had called prosecutor on leaked photos. And that's where exhibit number 5 comes in. They were admitted it was the crime scene photos. And when they let the defense see them, I got to see them, and I about threw up because they were flipping them right toward us where we could see them. And I got sick. Honestly, the actual photos.
Oh my gosh. So the prosecutor was showing the defense, and they were flipping them right towards. He doesn't clarify who they is, at least not yet. Who they is that was flipping them towards the audience? I really fucking hope not. The families are sitting right there. I don't know.
Exhibit number 6 admitted screenshots of.
Sleuthy, I don't know if he did. I thought he did. I could be wrong. Don't quote me on that. How did Becky Patty know? So as soon as the leak started to go out, the people who were getting the leak contacted Becky Patty, and Becky Patty actually contacted Nick McClelland. You guys want to listen to that one more time? Hold on.
Fortson and Mark Cohen. The crime scene photos. And when they let the defense see them, I got to see them, and I about threw up because they were flipping them right toward us where we could see them.
He doesn't say. He doesn't say which one. He said when they let the defense see them, they were flipping them right towards us. That could be either one, unless he clarifies later.
I got sick. Honestly, the actual photos. Exhibit number 6 admitted screenshots of Fortson and Mark Cohen's conversations had been admitted as evidence. Jerry Holman spoke to murder sheet, then Mark Cohen, then Robert Sofer or Fortson, and then he talked to Westerman.
Okay, so they got the screenshots from Fortson and Cohen, and then they talked to Westerman.
Nowhere to park. Oh, goddamn. We got to pick another ticket then, huh?
I didn't pay for the first one. So.
Let's see. Jerry Holmes interviewed Professor Turco September 2023. And then he went to Detective Rector, who interviewed Baldwin October 12th.
What does Turco have anything to do with this? I'm super confused. Can somebody explain to me what Turco has to do with this? What does Turco have anything to do with the contempt?
Of 2023, Rosie, he never interviewed Rosie, and he spoke with Westerman. I can't see. I can't see anything right now, but we still got another couple hours to go, guys, but it's not looking good for the defense right now when it comes to the contempt. They're not letting Rick Snay's not testifying. Julie Melvin's there, but she has not been in the courtroom. Let's see who else is in there.
Yeah, but I don't, you guys, so Turco, I understand how Turco plays into the case itself, but how does Turco play into the contempt hearing? That's what I want to know. And obviously, like I said, Frank is very pro-prosecutor, and that's fine. I have no issue with that. People who want to support the prosecutor, feel free. People who want to support the defense, feel free. So, but I mean, you have to know that if you are pro-prosecutor, then you think the defense is losing. And if you are pro-defense, you think the prosecutor is losing. And ultimately, we don't get to be the judge of that at all. So, we'll see. We think. So Turco was saying defense misrepresented Turco, but that doesn't have anything to do with contempt. The state is saying the defense lied about the Purdue professor. I'm guessing Turco saw the pictures. Tina, absolutely, you can take what he has to say and throw it to the wayside. Right now, I am thankful that we're getting some inside look, and we can take what we want from it, and we'll go from there. But I appreciate. Yeah, I appreciate these guys going live and telling us what is going on inside the courtroom, since Judge Gold will not allow us to view it via video, which makes no sense. You could go to the credibility of Holman. Oh, maybe that's why they're bringing it up, because it has to do with Holman. Because they're saying that Holman's lying about Turco. That might make sense. Right? No kidding. I'm like, where's Bob?
Richard Allen's there, and he's got the bug-eyed again, but he looks like he's put on quite a bit of weight, guys. So he's looking much better, but he's still got the bug-eyed. Kathy and Rick's mom was there, and Kathy's sister was there.
Wait,
guess who?
Kathy's sister was there? Oh, that's interesting to me.
He was there. Attorney Lobrado.
Oh, no kidding.
So
Lobrado was there.
Yeah, he's sitting in there. Who else is in there? Basically, just all the reporters and everybody. But from what we've discussed so far, that's all they're talking about is exhibits, if they're going to be admitted into evidence, and who talked to who, when, where, what. So basically, what has happened here is that.
Frank,
what has happened is Western, when he went.
Did anything happen with Skip Jensen?
He's not even in the courtroom either. He must be sitting out there with Julie outside the courtroom, because I didn't see him in the courtroom.
Okay.
Yeah, if they're witnesses, they leave them outside the courtroom until they testify, then they can stay in the courtroom.
Right. Yeah, they can't be in the courtroom. So yeah, they were told to arrive and go to a separate area. So Lobrado being there is kind of interesting. Why? Well, maybe Lobrado's just interested in what's happening, because it seemed in his interview that he was supportive of the defense theory. I don't know if he's supportive of the defense team.
courtroom after they testified.
Well, according to Detective Rector, when he did an iCloud search warrant on Westerman's phone, he found all the evidence on there, and it was being passed back and forth between him and Fortson and Robert Cohen. What else did they say? There was conversations between Andy Baldwin and
Westerman that they got from the iCloud.
Yeah, and Westerman from the iCloud about strategies and stuff, what they were going to do.
So they got proof that they were in direct communication right there.
Yeah, they got direct communication evidence between Baldwin and Westerman plotting all this crap.
I told you guys that there was going to be that when they found out, when the state was done doing the investigation in this between those attorneys, they would find out if there was collusion. And if those attorneys...
Okay, let me just clarify. That is not collusion. That is not collusion. So having communications between Baldwin and Westerman is not collusion. This is going to be a narrative that's going to be spun out there, and I'm going to tell you guys right now, that is not collusion. So Baldwin is allowed to talk to anybody he wants to, and he used one of his own people, even though he wasn't his person anymore. Frosty's driving. Yeah, Frosty's in there. So, but that is not collusion. I think that they need to probably look up what collusion actually is. And that might just be a mistake on their part. But collusion, let me tell you an example. If they were, if they showed proof in these messages that Baldwin sent Rosie the crime scene photos and said, hey, let's come up with a plan to get these out to the public to prove Odinism, then there would be some type of collusion. Talking to him about, hey, you know, this is what we think we're going to be doing for defense theory for a defense strategy. Come and walk us through, like, you know, what your strategy would be, things like that. If he, the other thing is that we already know they were talking. Baldwin has admitted that he was talking to Westerman and sent him, do I have that handy? That he sent him the Frank's memorandum. And now other creators I know are putting out that he also sent him the exhibits. That is not what's actually stated in the documents. It's possible, but we have not been, that's not been shown to us, the public. But it's just, let me just explain that this is not collusion. Having a conversation with somebody about your strategy is not collusion. I just need to repeat that multiple times. So
knew about what was happening. This is amazing.
No.
Yeah.
The attorney said that none of that happened.
Yeah, that's what they're saying, but they got proof of it.
Yeah.
They got screenshots of it all.
Wow.
If they have screenshots, if there are screenshots that it shows Baldwin actually telling Westerman, or they're talking about the actual strategy of putting information out to the public, such as the crime scene photos, we have an issue. But if we just have them having a conversation about the strategy of the Franks, he's allowed to do that. Whether you like the prosecutor, whether you like the defense, you guys have to know he is allowed to talk to people.
Have receipts?
Frank,
yes.
Are you going to get some
They have
lunch?
receipts. Yeah, we haven't even
Frank?
gone yet. We got to be back at 1.
Okay.
Did you check your Cash App?
You need to check your cash.
Okay, so I think that he's about to go get some food anyway. So we're gonna stop that one. Thank you, Frank Meister, for letting us play that. Hopefully that's okay. Yeah, that's tough. That's tough because that's not collusion. Let me see what you guys are saying. This double digits. Oh, so excited about what the fuck do they? What else was Nick doing with Fig? What do you call that? Now, once again, same thing. Fig is allowed to talk to the prosecutor and tell him and give him information. The problem isn't Fig talking to the prosecutor. The problem would be the prosecutor talking to Fig. You know, I know that it's just not about Fig. People make it about, it's not about Fig. It's about the prosecutor. If they have Baldwin and Westerman, if they have Baldwin telling when to put it out, that's bad. But if not, it's nothing. Exactly. There are two groups of creators, those against the prosecution and those against the defense. Sadly, we're just trying to understand the in-between. That's kind of where we live, Unsolved, is like, we're just trying to figure out what the hell's going on. I hope that everybody's takeaway is this isn't our case. This isn't ours. So like there's a very big battle of ownership. So yeah, Fig ain't target, he's projectile. Yeah, let's see what else is out there. I don't know. Let's go back over here to the courts and see if there's anything there. And if not, then we can start looking at some of the documents and getting some clarification. Unless you know somebody else who has gone on and talked about what has happened. I'll double check Messenger too to see if anybody sent me notes yet. Another timestamp on when Bob. Oh, nope, the wrong one. Wrong thing. I was trying to see if Bob had any plans to go live. All right, let's see. I'm just looking to see if anybody else. I don't know anybody else that's in the courtroom. Let me go back to StreamYard and see if you guys said. Who is Noe that Rick Snay is talking about? Sorry, I don't know all the names. So Noe is a YouTuber. He goes by the name Venue, and Rick Snay is Delphi After Dark, and they have a very big hatred for each other. So I don't know. They should have not been engaging at all. It is what it is, though. Yeah, I'm going to read the docs. Yeah, you got ahead of me. I just wanted to make sure we had all the updates going into Bianca. There is a message where Fig says that McClellan told him to delete everything, but there's no context around it, and there's no way to know for us unless something comes out in court. There's no way for us to know if he's just talking about the crime scene photos that he has been given or if there was anything else that needed to be deleted. We don't know that. That's just being inferred depending on what side you're on. If the ones that are like, we back Fig are saying it was just the photos, and the ones that don't like Fig are saying, no, it was everything. But in the reality, we don't actually know. All right. I don't see anybody else was the most thorough. I know. Yeah, I wish Bob would have went live. He did. Yeah, I don't know. They just don't get along. So it's like you kind of just have to take that as, I don't want to say a grain of salt, but I mean it's just tough because they just have a hatred for each other. All right, so I'm just double checking some other streams to see if anybody else has anything. And even if it's the news stuff, we already watched that one. This is the one from earlier today. I don't know if it's even worth watching because it is outdated.
Today, the families of two teenage girls who were brutally murdered on a hiking trail near Delphi, Indiana, may finally get
This
some
is from this
answers.
morning,
7
so
years it's been since their deaths, and today there are two
we'll
hearings
see
in
what happens.
Delphi for Abby Williams and Libby German and the man who is charged in their deaths, Richard Allen. The first hearing has already begun. The second will be this afternoon. News Nation's Alex Capriello is live for us in Delphi, Indiana. He stepped out of the courtroom briefly for an update. Alex, thank you. I know cameras are not allowed, even
Okay,
your
hold
cell
on a
phone's
second.
not allowed in court, but Richard Allen.
The judge agreed to prepare formal findings and conclusions on the contempt, which means she agreed to a full and thorough explanation of her order included with the ruling, whatever that's going to be. That's simply because she knows that Osbrook was like, if you don't do this right, that means we're going back to the Supreme Court. So she's like, fine, I'll put it all together for you. And let me see. Broken got that. I'm in the UK, so in Indiana, have they just got back into court for the second session? About a half hour ago, I would say. It was set for 2 o'clock, but they already went back into the courtroom. Yeah, they had to be back in court at 1 from lunch. So Bob, he's already back in there. I wish he had gone live though. Imagine what Bob is able to watch in here. All the people that have been like sending messages on the break are all saying it's very, very tense inside the courtroom. No matter what side they're on, I think they're all in agreement that it is very, very tense, which I can only imagine. I can only imagine it being because you have the prosecutor who does not like the defense attorneys. You have Gull, who I don't know if she actually likes anybody. And then you have Hennessy, who's there, and he's like a lead pipe. So, and then I guess they're talking shit to him about the fact that he can't hear. They wanted clarification on the contempt hearing, Percocet. Because it was not supposed to be done the way that it is being done, apparently. So they wanted clarification on it and just said, hey, if you do it this way and it's wrong, then you're screwed because we're going back to the Supreme Court. Skull loves Slick Nick. Probably. If anybody, that's who she likes. Let me see. She likes cheeseburgers. Who doesn't like a good burger every once in a while? How can the state... Okay, we haven't got there yet, Nancy, but yeah, I don't know, man. It's absurd. Okay. So, like I said, this one is... yeah, no, he doesn't live there. He's from Carroll County, but doesn't live there. Okay, so like I said, this one is from this morning, so it's going to be a little outdated, but I'm going to play it while I just take a peek around. Otherwise, we're just going to go to the documents.
Allen, was he there for this first hearing? And if so, how did he appear?
Yeah, Richard Allen is inside the courtroom. We were told that a transportation order was approved, and sure enough, here he is inside the courtroom, appearing in his orange prison jumpsuit, as well as a bodyproof vest and handcuffs. He's sitting behind his defense team. Obviously, this is one of several hearings that'll happen today, discussing several motions, not just Richard Allen on the stand, but also his attorneys having to answer questions about a contempt of court charge that they currently face. This is one of those rare moments, Marnie, where the accused is not the defendant for the entirety of the day. We're also talking about his defense attorneys. They say that they are going to defend themselves and their actions over the past few months, including the leaking of sensitive evidence, including crime scene photos. Those two attorneys have maintained that a representative from their office took cell phone photos of the evidence and shared it with followers on social media without their knowledge. This hearing comes less than a week after the judge set Richard Allen's trial date for May 13th. He's accused of killing two teenage girls, Abby Williams and Libby German, more than 7 years ago, arrested in 2022 after the killings resurfaced. A former Indiana prosecutor not tied to this case tells News Nation that the judge has full discretion when it comes to disciplining Allen's attorneys for contempt.
The judge has contempt power, so there is obviously the potential of being found in contempt, and that including incarceration. I don't know whether it would amount to that in this this particular case, but there is a wide range of consequences at the judge's disposal when you're dealing with contempt.
And later on today, the judge is also going to hear arguments from the defense about actually scheduling some sort of continuance because they feel like the state is not turning over evidence and discovery in a quick enough fashion. Keep in mind the trial date less than 2 months away. For example, hearing just this morning about this Indiana State Police report that was critical evidence that the defense wants. They said that they were originally granted only 33 pages of this Indiana State Police report. Turns out they were missing an attachment. When the state did turn that over, that 33 pages jumped to 272 pages. So that's a lot of information that the defense wants to be able to comb over so that way they can build the best case possible for their client. They say they just simply don't have enough time. When you think about it, 272 pages, that's a lot of information to go through.
Absolutely. Very likely this thing gets pushed even further. Well, Alex, I head back into court. We'll check with you shortly. Thank you. Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
I think Anna Williams was the only one not there. Maybe Anna's dad. I don't know. I wonder if it was her mom and her stepdad. Rick was kicked out. Well, was it because of Noe or was it because of Rick? I mean, let's be serious. They don't like each other. So, and okay, let me go here. This is just some local news. I have not seen these, so I don't know how much of it's repetitive.
Today, some major movements in the Delphi double murders
This is
case.
just like
The
some
judge
local news
is considering
stations.
a list of motions from both the prosecution and the defense. Well, that hearing began at 9 o'clock this morning, and CBS 4's Russ McQuaid has been inside the courtroom all morning long during it. He joins us now live. Russ, what have you learned this morning?
And good afternoon, Melissa. And sometimes personally acrimonious and contentious back and forth between Special Judge Fran Gull and an attorney representing Allen's defense team. We heard more testimony and more evidence this morning in the charges of they performed contempt of court that's been brought by the prosecutor in the defense of the man, Richard Allen, who is accused of killing Abby Williams and Libby German outside of Delphi in 2017. Judge Gull was from the start stern with the gallery and seemingly sometimes bored and exasperated with the attorney representing the defense lawyers Andrew Baldwin and Bradley Rosie. The defense team has been accused by prosecutor Nick McLeland of violating the judge's gag order and leaking case evidence and information. Indianapolis attorney David Hennessy, a longtime courtroom veteran representing Baldwin and Rosie, drilled down on the lack of intent in the evidence leak and the roles of social media posters unknown to Baldwin to republish crime scene photos. McLeland has argued that other leaks to social media did not come from the defense and are irrelevant to this proceeding. Now, we are on a lunch break now, and this case is very significant because of the impact of social media in this case with the social media posters and their information being brought up in case. And right now, outside the courthouse, we've got a debate going on and an argument between social media posters about who is saying what to each other online.
No way! Russ McQuaid got their argument on camera?
We're on a lunch break now. We go back at 1 o'clock to finish up the contempt
Did you hear
hearing.
that?
And then we're going to take a look at evidence. And this case is very significant because of the impact of social
Look at
media.
he's watching them fight.
In this case with the social
Or getting
media
each other's
posters
face.
and their information being brought up in case. And right now, outside the courthouse, we've got a debate going on and an argument between social media posters about who is saying what to each other online. We're on a lunch break now.
That is hilarious. You can kind of hear him in the background. Oh my gosh, that is funny. You can't hear what they're saying. You can just hear. I'll do it one more time. You can see he's kind of looking off at them. This would be Noe and Rick Snay. You can just kind of hear him in the back. I'll mute so you guys can hear it better, and I'll turn up the volume.
now, and this case is very significant because of the impact of social media in this case, with the social media posters and their information being brought up in case. And right now, outside the courthouse, we've got a debate going on and an argument between social media posters about who is saying what to each other online. We're on a lunch break now. We go back at 1 o'clock to finish up the contempt hearing. Then we're
You
going
can barely hear him in the background, but you do. Jinx, what are you doing? I thought you were in the courtroom. Did you not go back in for this? No way are you not. Why are you not in the courtroom? Jinx, what happened? Yeah, you can't actually hear it. Were you outside for it? Replay it again? Okay, I'll replay it one more time. You can see him watching, though. I don't know. This is so... I can't believe that his news broadcast, he's talking about the fact that YouTubers and social media people are going to be in the courtroom. They don't go back for another 22 minutes. Oh my gosh, Jinx, do it. Thank you. They don't go back yet? They're not back in? Wait, 1 o'clock, 11? No, they're in now. 1 o'clock was 10 a.m. my time. 3 police are running behind him. OMG. Jinx, can I play it or no? I don't want to play it if it's an issue. Okay, so I'm going to play it again, and then we'll wait and hear what Jinx said.
We are on a lunch break now, and this case is very significant because of the impact of social media in this case, with the social media posters and their information being brought up in case. And right now, outside the courthouse, we've got a debate going on and an argument between social media posters about who is saying what to each other online. We're on a lunch break now. We go back at 1 o'clock to finish up the contempt.
Yeah, you can't actually hear it, but you can tell in the background that there are people like just arguing. And Rick said that the officer said, he's like, I'm here to testify, and they were like, are you subpoenaed? And he's like, no. They're Eastern time in Fort Wayne. Yeah, so 3 hours from me. Yeah, so they went back like 40 minutes ago. Yeah, like muffled yelling in the background. I think it's just funny that he's in the middle of talking about social media people, and then the social media people are just... Okay, so she said I can play it. Thank you, Jinx. Hold on. Let me pull it. I gotta pull it up though on the computer. What a mess. Jinx, why aren't you back in the courtroom though? You're gonna miss all the afternoon stuff. Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna download real quick. Okay, hold on. Okay, let me get out of Discord because otherwise that's just going to go crazy with all the ding, 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 ding. Okay. Here we go. Thank you, Jinx. Let's see. Let's unmute it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, so there's Snay. Zoom back in, Jinx. Zoom back in. Oh, right there. Right there. So there's Snay. You guys probably can barely see that, huh? So there's Snay, and he's just like up in Noe's face. Well, she was probably going to film something. Oh, here we go. Oh, there's Frank Meister. There's Frank Meister. I don't know who that is that just walked over there. Hold on. Well, I'll tell you guys, if you guys think it was pre-planned to record it, I would think that she'd have a better spot. So I'll just go with that. I do not think it was pre-planned to record anything. But I could be wrong. I'll have to throw it. I can throw it in the editor and see. Why are they fighting physically? Grown men. They hate each other. But I just think it's so interesting, like that they're doing this right outside of the court. Oh, does she get the cops coming up? I saw Frank Meister come up. So there's Frank Meister right there in like the beige-ish jacket. And he's just like, all right, you two, knock this shit off. And then he walks away. Oh my gosh, I do. I'm on Discord, Teresa. Yeah, I don't have a Discord for the channel per se. Mostly because I don't have the time or the energy to maintain it. Let me see real quick. I don't know if I have the editor up. Let me see if I can. Yeah, Frank broke it up. No punching. They were just in each other's faces. Rex, let me see. Who is Noe? Noe is another YouTube creator. He goes by Venue. A whole bunch of nothing. It was just funny stuff. But anyway, I just can't believe that he actually caught it on his. It hit well because I don't have anybody in there, and I actually only started it because I wanted a place to be able to put all my documents, and then of course Delphi just took over my life, and yeah, so I don't even put my documents in there anymore. It's pretty bad.
Then we're going to take a look at evidence and exculpatory evidence that the defense team says is essential in proving the not guilty of their client. At the Fort Wayne Courthouse, Russ McQuaid, CBS 4.
Hold on. The
special judge in the Delphi Murders case will consider contempt.
Hold on. I already had another one queued up to play. Yeah, the problem is you guys can go in the Discord and then nothing happens, so it'd be really boring for you.
Court charges against Richard Allen's attorneys.
All right, let me go back. Let me go back to the other one that I just had.
Today, some major movements.
Apparently, the charges representing Allen's defense, German, outside of Delphi,
running out of the building.
2017. Judge Gall was from the start stern with the gallery and seemingly sometimes bored and exasperated with the attorney representing the defense lawyers Andrew Baldwin and Bradley Rosie. The defense team has been accused by prosecutor Nick McNeelan of.
And the Delphi is concerns from both the defense and at 9 from all morning during it. It's now live.
Okay, hold on. We'll watch it from where.
Live, Russ, what have you learned this morning?
And good afternoon, Melissa. And sometimes personally acrimonious and contentious back and forth between Special Judge Fran Gull and an attorney representing Allen's defense team. We heard more testimony and more evidence this morning in the charges of they performed contempt of court that's been brought by the prosecutor in the defense of the man, Richard Allen, who is accused of killing Abby Williams and Libby German outside of Delphi in 2017. Judge Gall was from the start stern with the gallery and seemingly sometimes bored and exasperated with the attorney representing the defense lawyers Andrew Baldwin and Bradley Rosie. The defense team has been accused by prosecutor Nick McNeelan of violating the judge's gag order and leaking case evidence and information. Indianapolis attorney David Hennessy, a longtime courtroom veteran representing Baldwin and Rosie, drilled down on the lack of intent in the evidence leak and the roles of social media posters unknown to Baldwin to republish crime scene photos. McLeland has argued that other leaks to social media did not come from the defense and are irrelevant to this proceeding. Now, we are on a lunch break now, and this case is very significant. Defense of the man, Richard Allen, who is in the defense of the man, Richard Allen, who is accused of killing Abby Williams and Libby German outside of Delphi in 20.
Oh my gosh, I'm over here talking and I'm still fucking muted. Dumb. That was my fault. I was waiting for you guys to answer me. I was asking, did Gold say she was bored and exasperated? Where's that coming from? And then I said that Jinx sent me another video, so I'm gonna grab it. But I was absolutely muted. So yeah. I'm just over here talking to myself. Okay. Oh, this one's sideways. This is after the cops got out there. All right, everybody lean to the right. Everybody's like, what the hell is going on over here? All right. Okay, so let me see. It's all over. It was all over her that the reporter noticed again. Oh. Yeah, there's got to be at least one muted moment where I just don't know what the hell I'm doing. He said she was acting bored and exasperated. Oh, okay. Okay. Never mind. I was thinking that actually like came out from a court thing, but I mean, I guess that's true. I was too busy talking about the fight. Okay, so now let me go to the one I was going to play after this.
The special judge in the Delphi Murders case will consider contempt of court charges against Richard Allen's attorneys today. Allen is accused in the 2017 murders of Abby Williams and Libby German. His defense team had asked for this morning's hearing to be delayed, but a judge denied that request. Allen's attorneys claimed they had not received important information for the hearing in a timely fashion. Judge Francis Gohl accused the attorneys of gross negligence after an evidence leak last year.
Okay, that one was lame. Sorry. Okay. All right, let's look at some docs. Let's look at some documents. Unless anybody has any other updates on anything from the courthouse that I am unaware of, let me know before we move on. We'll just start talking about the docs. But thank you, Jinx, so much for sending those. I hope that I don't know if she replied about maybe she was done. Maybe she couldn't go back for the rest of the day. Like she had something else she had to go do. So that's interesting though. All right, I'm here. I'm not muted. Just give me 1 second. I have to text my husband. Okay, so I have them lined up, sent you all the marked up ones with the relevant parts. Okay, thank you. Let me go, I'll pull that up too. Some of them are pretty quick. We can just probably do a quick read through. And then so this is the way that they were put on the docket this morning, or in the case, on the case records. Hopefully he can pick him up. Gray's channel. Oh, did HCC go? I don't know. I know that in the picture that they sent from It's a Crime and Shame, I could see Bob, I could see Jinx, I could see Kevin and Anya, I could see, I don't remember now who else I could see. Hey Judith. All right, so we'll just start going through that. I don't think there's anything else coming out of the courtroom right now, but holy smokes, I'm sure that the lives tonight are going to be popping. I can't wait to see what Bob has to say. You know, the Murder Sheet will do a podcast, you know, from the courthouse, like afterward. Yeah, WTHR showing old stuff. A lot of them are showing old stuff or just doing like little 30-second clips. Oh, he was modding in the Unraveling Life, so I don't think he was there. Okay. I don't have anything going on in my Discord. There's not. It's literally just me and a few of the wrenches. There's nothing happening in there. If you guys actually want a Discord, we can talk about it. I'm just not good at it. Like I'm just at the point now in the last couple of weeks where I'm like, oh hey, I actually know how to find where I actually belong in Discord. Like in what chat, like what, I don't know. I guess they call them channels inside of the Discord. I don't know. Anyway, I'm not good at it. So anyway, so this is the state's notice of submission of supplemental witness exhibit list to the defense. Comes now the state of Indiana by its prosecuting attorney, Nicholas McClelland, and respectfully notifies the court that the state has turned over supplemental witness exhibit list to the defense, outlining the witnesses the state may call and the exhibits the state may use at trial. The state may supplement the list if new witnesses and or exhibits are obtained, or if the state deems that additional witnesses and exhibits are necessary. So this is for the trial. This isn't for today. So they're just saying, hey, we're adding stuff in. It's pretty basic, kind of boring. We're going to see a lot of these probably coming from both sides. Yeah, I would love a criminality Discord. I have a Delphi chat that's connected to the group, because I'm old and Messenger seems to work better for me. If you guys really do want a Discord, like I said, I'd have to talk to the mods and stuff and make sure that they would be willing to help handle that, and the ones that actually know way more about Discord. So, okay, so this is state's response to defendant's motion to compel and request for sanctions. So now comes the state of Indiana by prosecuting attorney Nicholas McClelland and respectfully files its response to the defendant's motion to compel and request for sanctions. The state would ask the court to consider the following: that all discovery and exculpatory information in the state's possession has been provided to the defense. All discovery and exculpatory information has been provided. I just have to chuckle at that. I have to. The state has receipts for all information provided to the defense and the dates of transfer. When the defense has requested information, the state has endeavored to locate those items and provide them, even when this results in providing a duplication of prior discovery and when items appear to be irrelevant. So they're saying that appear to be irrelevant. This is so frustrating because I don't know if they're actually irrelevant or if they're just deemed irrelevant by Nick McClelland. The state is not required to hand over every lead and inquiry during this 6+ year investigation as part of discovery. What? Pretty sure they are required to actually turn over every lead. However, the state has gone beyond the requirements. Oh, hold on. I missed a whole sentence. During the 6+ year investigation as part of discovery, much of which is neither relevant nor related to the state of Indiana versus Richard Allen. He doesn't really get to say whether it's relevant to Richard Allen's defense. However, the state has gone beyond the requirements of discovery in the information we provided. When additional information is received, the state forwards it to the defense. That the state began delivery of discovery on December 7th, 2022. The court ordered the state provide discovery to the defense by November 1st, and the state has complied with that deadline. This is an inaccurate statement. When the state has discovered new items, they're going to put a little caveat in here of when we discover that we didn't give them the stuff that we were supposed to give them, we'll go ahead and do it then. Okay, so let me see what you guys are saying here real quick. True crime about T. So all new hearings are in Carroll County, trial or just contempt. All the hearings are supposed to be in Carroll County. So everything going forward should still be in Carroll County. The only thing that will be in Allen County is the jury selection, because what they're doing is they're actually picking a jury from Allen County and then bringing them to Carroll County. Was there a footnote? Okay, not yet. Yeah, so I mean that's why I said he's going to add this little thing in here, like, oh, when we find new stuff, then I'll give it to you. So what's he going to do? 1 week before trial, say he found something from 6 years ago. Oh, you know it. Oh, it wasn't in the state's possession. They didn't send nudes. They sent the crime scene photos. Anthony Greeno attached the crime scene photos to his document that he gave to the judge. Okay, so this is creates a copy so when the state has discovered new items, the state promptly creates a copy and notifies defense of its availability. Hi, Kyra. For instance, the state recently became aware that 4 interviews in 2017 were recorded on an iRecord device. On an iRecord device? Is that like just an Apple device then? And had not been uploaded and attached to the ISP video recordings in evidence. What in the holy crap? These recorded interviews of Becky Patty, Mike Patty, Ron Logan, and Daniel Pearson, located by Detective Harper, and have been immediately made available to the defense. So Nick is literally trying to say that he did not have these interviews. He did not have these interviews. So now that he got them, it's an old digital video camera. Oh, okay. An iRecording device. Hi, Veronica. Hi, Unraveling. This is just... So there's interviews with these people that he just didn't even know about. What state is required to turn over is any information favorable to the accused which may reduce a defendant's potential sentence, go against the credibility of an unfavorable witness. I was born Tuesday, but not last Tuesday. I don't, so yeah, how do they not know that they have interviews from 2017? Ooh, yeah, could it finally be the mysterious Dan Doolin interview with Rick Allen? It sounds like someone used their iPhone. That's what I was thinking too. It made me laugh so hard I had to leave class while you were teaching. This is just, and it happened to be of Ron Logan, who in 2017, whether you think he is or not, he was a very big person of interest in the case. Daniel Pearson, who is one that could very well potentially be one of those 3 cell phones that are pinging in or around that area, since he was there with his girlfriend at the time. And who the hell's Detective Harper? Detective Harper, how the hell did you find these? And have been immediately made available to defense. Prior to November 1st, 2023, the absence of these recorded interviews in discovery was not known to the state. The interviews turned over correspond to law enforcement narrative reports already contained in discovery and provided in February of 2023. Therefore, it is not new information. Him and his damn reports. Use the report and not the video. Nope, that's not how it works. Otherwise, we wouldn't even have the interviews, right? We'd just tell the person to write down a report. That during the course, if that's all you need is the report, then why the hell are we recording the interviews? Make that make sense. That during the course of this case, the defense asked the state to re-interview certain witnesses, and the state has done so and provided the interviews. The law enforcement geofence reports have been provided to the defense to the best of our knowledge. I wonder if they added, none of that was added in this little dump of discovery. So defense said they only have a map. In discovery provided to defense, 1 hard drive is missing interviews from February 14th, 2017 through February 20th, 2017. Okay, that's what we know about that. And 1 other hard drive contains video interviews without audio. Okay, we knew about that. The defense has been notified of the missing data and the events which led it to the corrupted or lost files. The state is at the same disadvantage as the defense for the reason that the content of relevant interviews related to this case can only be identified by reviewing narrative summaries prepared by law enforcement and contained within reports disclosed in its discovery in February 2023 and thereafter. Well, this is interesting because he's now stating the state is at the same disadvantage, which ironically is because of the error, but they were trying, but remember in his last response, he said that it didn't matter. It didn't matter. There was nothing exculpatory in those. Well, now he's saying they're at the same disadvantage because he can't watch them either. So now how does he actually know that there isn't anything exculpatory in those? The defense has mischaracterized the information specific to Professor Turco. In reality, they requested the name of a Purdue professor consulted by law enforcement based on a report in discovery that did not identify the author. The state endeavored to find such information locating Professor Turco and disclosed this to the defense. The interpretation of his report is up for debate amongst the parties. Okay, this is not true. Nick McClelland wrote to the defense team and said, I don't know if we're ever going to be able to figure out who it is. Hold on, the dog's scratching at the door. Give me a second. Okay. But they said they were not, he wasn't sure if they were even going to be able to find it. Now I'm going to have to go back to the timeline. Do I have Sleuthie's timeline by chance? Let me see. Is that on here? I don't think that's on your timeline, is it? of when does he say, when does he actually, there's the date of when he tells the defense team. Do you guys remember? Can anybody find that real quick? What date did Nick email the defense team or tell the defense team? What day did Nick tell the defense team that he wasn't sure that they were going to actually be able to find the professor? Because we know that the professor was actually interviewed on September 19th. And if my memory serves, then I'm almost positive that he told them he wouldn't be able to find the professor after the interview was actually done. But I don't want to say that without verifying my own brain. The interpretation of his report is up for debate amongst the parties, and Professor Turco himself states that the defense has mischaracterized his opinions. If the defense would speak directly to Professor Turco, as the state has, they would know Professor Turco's opinion is not consistent with their characterization. Ursa, come here. Ursa, come here. Come over here and lay down. Leave them alone. Ursa, leave them alone. They don't want you. Come sit down. From, as I could tell, court ruled on this motion first thing off the bat this morning. What was the ruling? I'd say the state is the ones that have been grossly negligent in handling court material and documents. What a bunch of hypocrites. Well, I mean, it's not uncommon that there's supplemental discovery and things like that. That's not uncommon, but this weird, like, back and forth on specific topics is throwing me. They literally listened to his recorded interview, and I'm almost positive they actually put things that he said in quotes. Yeah, they weren't even sure if the professor was a man or a woman. So, the day before they interviewed him. So September 18th is when the Frank's memo came out. September 19th, I believe, is the day that Holman interviewed Turco again. But I'm trying to figure out, when did McClelland tell the defense team that there was no, they weren't sure they were going to find the professor? Because I think it was after the 19th. I think that, that was it was 9/6 or 9/7. Oh, maybe it was before. Oh, as of September 7th. Okay, so see? But they found him pretty quick. But we know they actually knew who he was, because in August, if you go with the timing of the response from Turco to Holman, Holman's saying, like, I'm sorry it took me, 3 weeks to get back to you, or whatever it was. Like, I don't quote me on the timing. I just know that September 7th. So when did Holman email Turco to begin with, to set up the September 19th interview? Email was 9/6. Because they already finished the other hearing. It was done, and she ruled to keep count 1, 2, add count 3, 4, and dismiss 5, 6. Okay, I should just probably keep reading. Okay, let me see. Oh, this is in the Frank's memo. Prosecutor Nick McClelland informed the defense of this development on September 6th. Okay, so that's my next question then. When did Holman originally email the... So I know he interviewed him on the 19th, but I think in the communications it says something about, like, it taking 3 weeks to get back to him or something like that. You guys remember that? Yeah, it was something like that. Yeah, sorry it took like 3 to 4 weeks to get back to you. Hi, Steve. Yeah, when the interview started, that's what Holman said to Turco. Yeah, something about it being like 3 weeks. I live about 15 minutes from Delphi. This shit is scary, Kelly. I can't imagine being right there. If I recall, it wasn't until early October that they admitted that Holman now knew he was. Yeah. So Holman had contacted Professor Turco after he was deposed and asked about it. And then the Franks memo came out, and then he got a hold of him to actually do the interview, and it does like an apology on like why it took so long. Okay. Did Click include Turco's report with his letter to McClelland? That's an interesting question. Did because remember there was the whole Purdue report, but Detective Purdy was asked the other detectives if he could read that report, and they said they couldn't find it. Remember, and then everybody was like trying to figure out how the hell did Barbara McDonald have it on court TV if they couldn't even find it. Okay, contrary to the defense's representation, the state did respond to the defense's certified letter of February 20th, 2024, and provided the defense with our response on March 8th, 2024, by email and by e-discovery. Okay, that the state has not intentionally withheld discovery, and therefore sanctions and attributing delay to the state is not appropriate. Wherefore now comes the state of Indiana by prosecuting attorney. Okay, so he's just saying that he is in compliance and no sanctions would be there. Now, this is the last one by the prosecution today. Ow. You're too big to try to sit on my lap, dog. Trying to follow this on Reddit is crazy. Oh, I you know what? I never even looked at Reddit today. I bet it is a disaster. Okay, so this is the last one from Nick today. So this is the state's motion to enter a protective order for evidence gathered from the Indiana Department of Correction. Okay, let me see. Hold on. Sleuthy, you're so fast. In response to the defense request to depose this Purdue professor, on September 6th, the prosecutor, Nick McClelland, told the defense via email, as stated before, we are trying to identify the Purdue professor, but no luck yet. Detective Holman has reached out to the FBI and Purdue and has not gotten a response yet. We will continue our endeavors, but may not be able to identify him or her. So that's September 6th. However, on September 19th, the day after the Franks memorandum was filed, where it was revealed that the Purdue professor was, quote unquote, missing, miraculously, Jerry Holman found the professor, whose name is Jeffrey Turco, and interviewed him. However, in the interview, Jerry Holman apologized to Turco for the 3 to 4 weeks that it took him, Holman, to sit down and talk with Turco. Meaning 3 to 4 weeks puts him back in August. So it would be, so Holman had identified the Purdue professor before Nick McClelland says, we don't know if we're going to be able to identify him. There you have it. This is the defendant's additional Franks notice, if anybody wants to look it up. So this is the state's motion for a protective order for evidence gathered from the Indiana Department of Correction. Now comes the state of Indiana by prosecuting attorney Nicholas McClelland and respectfully request the court to enter a protective order over all evidence and testimony subpoenaed from the Indiana Department of Correction. The state asked the court to consider limiting the questions of all IDOC staff to their direct interaction with the defendant. What? The state has an articulable interest to ensure the safety and security of its prison system and the policies and procedures that govern this outside agency. The Indiana Department of Correction and its employees are not a party to this case. The IDOC was court-ordered to house Richard Allen as a safekeeper. The IDOC received the safekeeping order and immediately assisted the state by placing the defendant at Westville Correctional Facility. The time that the defendant spent at Westville Correctional Facility is not relevant to this proceeding, except in his own actions and statements while being housed in that facility. Oh, so anything done to him while he was there doesn't matter, but anything that he said or quote-unquote confessed to is important. Come on, Nick. That's not right. Westville staff and the inner workings of the Indiana Department of Correction are outside the scope of this proceeding. The state would ask the court to consider the following. The state of Indiana filed 2 counts of murder against the defendant on October 28, 2023. Typo. That the defendant has been housed in the, this is supposed to be 2022, that the defendant has been housed in the Indiana Department of Correction during the pendency of this case for safekeeping. Trial Rule 26C permits the court to protect against oppression, undue burden, and expense by requiring that discovery be conducted on specific terms and conditions. That the Indiana Department of Correction has cooperated with this court's orders and has become an interested non-party in this proceeding. That there are articulable concerns based on prior behavior that the defense counsel will release information to the media that could publicly embarrass the IDOC or further place its employees in danger or subject to ridicule or harassment. That there are permissible ways to conduct depositions that allow the evidence to be protected from the media under Trial Rule 26. So essentially, whatever is happening in the Indiana prison system, we don't want the public to know about it. That's what I gathered. What about transparency? Where the hell is that at? Indiana, like this, anybody in Indiana, this is crazy. They don't want you to know what is going on in their prison system. Gosh, I'm already going to need another Dr. Pepper. Relevant to the subject, 26B1 limits discovery. You know what, Travis, you said you sent me your notes. Let me go find them real quick. This is oh, you don't have this one in here. Okay, here's the first one, probably the most important. Okay, I don't think that one's in here. At least I don't see it. I'm gonna need to add some Hennessy. I still gotta pick up kids from school, but damn, do I need some Hennessy today. This is just, I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't disagree that there are certain things that are outside the scope of what actually have to do with the proceedings at hand. But to say that they can't be brought in, that none of that stuff can be brought in at all about how the system or how the prison system is run, and only just the specific direct interaction with the defendant. So they're limiting what is being told to the staff members on how to do their jobs, which it's tough because obviously the public does have a right to know that, but is Nick wrong in the fact that that doesn't necessarily go to these proceedings? Well, I'm torn, but I disagree, because we know that the warden has done some really weird things with allowing like the Odin patches, and now we got Odin face tattoos, and that's another thing. It's kind of like, why do you care? Why do you want to limit it? This is my whole thing too about like why they won't move him. Why do you care where he is housed at? How is it going to affect you if he had been moved to Cass County? Like, what's in it for them to keep him in the prison system? What's in it for McClelland to not have information about how the Indiana Department of Corrections is run? Why stop that from happening? So I do find this interesting. Like I said, I get where he's coming from, except for there's just some, I mean, that warden's kind of just doing things all willy-nilly. So is that part of the structure of the Indiana Department of Corrections? Are they just, the warden can just be like, oh yeah, let's all wear Odin patches today, like Odin Patch Friday, what? So I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this one overall, but I do think it's interesting that he wants to fight against it in its entirety. The defense counsel has not made a record as to what evidence they plan to elicit from the Indiana Department of Corrections that would be admissible for the underlying charges. That actually makes it more interesting, Nick, because you don't even know what they're going to ask, and you're already stopping them from asking the questions, but you don't even know that they're going to ask those questions. On Wednesdays, we don our patches. That there is a potential that any probative value that may be gained by unrestrained subject matter depositions is outweighed by the prejudicial effect on the witnesses in the state. I don't know. There'll be, I'm sure she'll rule on that and be like, yeah, no. Nick doesn't want that, so you guys can't have it. I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe Indiana wardens are like judges, or at least judges go, make your own rules and ignore the law. And they're like, don't let them know that. Don't let them put that person on the stand and tell the world that we just do what we want. Hi, Aunt. Sorry, I had to cough. Goodness. Angela, have you guys heard from Bob? Is he just gonna, he's keeping tight-lipped? Can I put wheat on with my, yeah, you have a wheat patch on one side and the Odin patch on the other. Or maybe we do wheat on Wednesdays. Haven't heard a peep from Bob yet. Urgh. Okay, so anyway, I don't, like I said, ultimately, I just think it's interesting that he's already just trying to put the kibosh on it. Bob is a YouTuber. He's a podcaster. He's also a defense attorney of 20 plus years. His wife is a defense attorney, and they run the channel The Defense Diaries and also have a podcast. And both are very, very good. So he is in the courtroom today as a spectator. BH, Mal messaged me that, and I haven't read too much on it yet, but that's going to piss me off. That's a whole nother case. Chad Dorman from Ohio, if you guys aren't familiar, it's a horrendous case. I have quite a few videos on my channel about the case, and now apparently he confessed. It's a little different though. He confessed, but there was some commentary about whether he actually was asking for a lawyer or not. Because, and like I said, there's a different case, but it's Chad Dorman. He actually, he shot and killed his 3 sons in Ohio, and he was brought in and he was confessing while also asking for a lawyer. So they did an entire hearing on whether they were going to keep this confession in or not. And the judge today decided to throw out Chad Dorman's confession. It's tough because when he was asking for the lawyer, he was like saying, I want my lawyer, and then he would name like his dad. It was just it's kind of weird. So like but once the word lawyer comes out, then it's like eh. Wait, what? Bob got arrested? No, Bob is in court. He's as a spectator at the Delphi case. Make a diagram of what side they favor. Oh gosh, I could. I mean, the judge did the right thing to protect his constitutional rights. I agree, but yeah, he's done either way. I mean, his wife and his daughter were there. They don't know what they're going to do with him. All right, so let's move on to the defense filings. So this one, I think I should probably. Someone just said that Gull put Bob in jail. What? No way. What? Somebody's joking, right? That Gull probably would put him in there. Mm-hmm. Hold on. It's Odin Patch Friday. Woo woo. Fridays where we're patches. That was T-Bob. Hold on, I'm trying to figure out what's going on. Bob's in hiding. Well, I mean, I can see Bob getting a little feisty in the courtroom, but I think that he's also extremely respectful to the court, and I don't yeah, I don't know what, yeah, I think Rick Snay and Noe were. Yeah, I don't think that he would hop up from the crowd and just be like, I'm Bob from Defense Diaries, and I've got something to say. If he did, I don't think he would ever do that. But I could just picture it in my mind that he's like, objection! I've got something to add. This is bullshit. Oh man, that would be funny. Well, not funny, like real funny, but I know kind of funny. So this is the motion for parity in resources to reconsider the denial of the anticipated defense costs or to exclude evidence. So this motion is essentially saying, hey, other cases of similar nature are allowed to have this type of funding. So we expect that you treat us equally. Oh yeah, we'd all bail his ass out. He'd be in jail. He'd be like, $10 holla, added to his commissary. He'd go in there, all the other inmates. He's all, oh, family hug, family hug. Oh, I can't. We should do hashtag free Bob. Maybe he's just trying to get on the inside so that he could see if there's really Odin patches in there. He's like, I saw him for myself, guys. I saw him for myself. Oh, I love Bob. I can't laugh because it makes me start coughing. I found your channel from Bob's page. Bob is the best. Free Bob merch. Oh shit, hell yeah. With an Odin patch on the sleeve. Oh. All right, I gotta stop laughing. The accused Richard Allen, by and through counsel Andrew Baldwin and Bradley Rosie, moves this court to issue an order designed to provide parity in the resources available for investigation and presentation of litigation in this proceeding. To balance the scales of justice, Allen asked that the prosecutors working for the state be required to pay out of their personal finances for investigative services, evidence processing, and expert fees. As the court's recent order has effectively reduced Baldwin and Rosie to a position where they are required to personally advance those expenditures for Allen's defense. Alternatively, Allen requests that this court prohibit the state from offering any testimony or evidence at trial related to the bullet found at the crime scene. The digital data collected by law enforcement what are we doing here? What's this? The digital data collected by law enforcement or Allen's alleged confession. While these requests may seem drastic, they are necessary and proper considering this court's denial of access to resources to Allen. Finally, in the alternative, Allen requests that he be granted approval for expected expenses necessary and proper to defend himself, the less contentious and proper remedy to address the inequitable balance of resources which will lead to an unfair trial if allowed to persist. Okay, so they're asking for these things to be thrown out because the court is denying them the funds to hire their own people to assess this evidence. Yeah, the state's geofencing. So if they're not giving, all right, let's keep reading because half the time if I keep reading, then it answers all my questions for me. Yeah, Goal has denied them the funding. So Allen's defense team consists of the following 7 people. Attorneys Rosie and Baldwin, Matt Hoffman, a retired fire chief of Carmel, who has been instrumental in sorting through tips and sorting through and analyzing evidence and is a key resource for the case. Max Baker, a full-time student at IU Bloomington who assists as he is able, including full-time over the summer of 2023. You guys probably remember Max Baker. He was the one who did the affidavit before when he went and visited Allen. Brad Rosie's paralegal, Sarah, who assists with administrative tasks related to the case. And Andrew Baldwin's paralegal, Sarah. Is it 2 different Sarahs? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it's 2. They both have a paralegal named Sarah. That's interesting. And Brian Elvey, I've not heard of him, investigator who has tracked down and spoken with key witnesses as well as performed other tasks. Additionally, for a very short period of time, the defense team had utilized another investigator out of Utah due to his experience, but found the geography interfered with the ability to perform the functions needed in Indiana. Is that Jason Jensen? Is he out of Utah? I don't know why I thought he was out of like Wisconsin or something. So maybe that's not him. The court previously allowed Matt Hoffman to be paid at $15 an hour, not to exceed $6,000. Hoffman was paid the $6,000. However, Matt Hoffman's hours have well exceeded $6,000, even at the rate of $15 per hour. His time spent on the case equates to thousands of hours, including late nights. However, after the Indiana Supreme Court put attorneys Rosie and Baldwin back on the case, Judge Gull has now denied any further payment to Hoffman, who is continuing to work at least 30 to 40 hours per week, and at times much more on this case. Without Hoffman, the defense would not be able to be prepared for trial nearly as quickly as it is. And $15 an hour? Ugh. That's like nada. Jensen is in Utah? Okay, thank you. It must have been him. That's the only thing I can think. So this is problematic because they were only allotted the $6,000 to spend on this type of investigator. And now they're just asking for more. They're saying, hey, he's still working on the case and we need to be able to pay him. I don't. I don't know how I feel about that because that's very common. It's very common that they're given a set amount of money per person to be able to use. But I don't know how only 6,000 would be able to prepare or have an investigator prepare and help the defense prepare for a trial at only $6,000. I'm thinking that's just a really low number anyway. Yeah, working for a legal office and making Mickey E wages. Without Hoffman, the defense would not be able to be ready. In early October 2023, attorney Rosie submitted invoices seeking payment to this court for the time he had personally spent working on the case, the administrative expenses he had incurred, and the time his investigator had spent up to that point working on the case. The invoices totaled just over $51,000. As a point of reference, Baldwin has been paid on 2 occasions, but on both occasions he was only paid after sending multiple emails essentially begging the court to be paid, as the court's refusal to pay attorney's fees was having an impact on Baldwin and his firm. The first payment came 4 months after his request. The second payment came approximately 3 months after Baldwin's request. Presumably, the state of Indiana and all its law enforcement agencies, staff, and experts are getting paid regularly without having to beg to be paid. Yeah, because Gull isn't signing off on their paychecks. But for the defense team, she sure is. And she's like, yeah, nope, no funding for you, no more money. I'm not going to pay you. On January 5th, 2024, while Attorney Rosie and Baldwin were waiting for the Supreme Court to address the removal from the case, Attorney Rosie sent an email to Leslie Ross, the Allen Superior Court Financial Coordinator, seeking information regarding his invoices that were initially submitted to the court approval on October 4th. We know this one because they've already put this in another motion for talking about that they can't, that they're not getting paid. And Rosie attached a copy of the invoices to the email, and Ms. Ross indicated she had forwarded them for review to this court. The invoice was for work performed before October of 2023. A few days later, Attorney Rosie was notified by Ms. Ross that his invoices were being forwarded for review. On January 10th of 2024, Attorney Rosie was informed by Ms. Ross that orders were being forwarded to Carroll County for payment. Shortly thereafter, Attorney Rosie learned that Baldwin's fees have been satisfied, but that Rosie's fees and investigator Alvey's fees had not. So she paid Baldwin and didn't pay Rosie. Maybe she doesn't like Rosie. I kind of thought she didn't like Baldwin, but now I'm thinking that she doesn't like Rosie because she's paying him, even if it is super late. Oh goodness. So on January 10th, Attorney Rosie inquired with Ms. Ross about the fact that he and Alvey had not been paid. Remember, they weren't even attorneys on the case anymore. They're not even the attorneys anymore, and they're still begging for their freaking money from when they were terminated. I don't know. The career I had, if you terminated somebody, you had to hand them their last paycheck. Like, here you go. Have a nice day. Ms. Ross responded and communicated that the judge was still reviewing said invoices. Rosie heard nothing more. When he had not received any payment by the end of February of 2024, he contacted Ms. Ross again to inquire about his requests. On March 6th of 2024, Ms. Ross asked Attorney Rosie to submit the invoices for a third time, which he did. As of the date of the filing of this motion, Attorney Rosie has not received payment or an update on his request. He has been seeking payment for services already performed now for nearly 6 months. What? Could you imagine working for 6 months for free? And then I guess technically he wasn't working on the case for those 6 months, but you know what I'm saying. I mean, he still was. He was still having to work to get back on the case. Oh, thank you, Maced Mama. I appreciate that. Thank you. Oh, MK, I didn't see that you gifted 5 memberships. MK, are you still here? Thank you. That's kind of crazy. We got to contribute to his breakout fund. We're like, at least he knows if he ever does go and get in trouble that he'd get a bunch of $10 hollers. Yeah, so Rosie just isn't getting paid. I just can't, I don't know. That's just, on February 24, 2024, Defense Counsel filed a verified ex parte motion for a hearing on funding for experts. The 8-page motion contained requests for funding for the services of several experts and assistants counsel identified as necessary to prepare for Allen's defense. In an order dated March 7th, 2024, this court granted some of the funding requests but denied others. We haven't. Sleuthy, where are you? Where's this order? Maybe I missed it. Because oh, never mind. Never mind. See, if I keep reading, it answers my own questions. The order is not there. Rosie's now nearly 6-month-old outstanding attorney's bill and Rosie's multiple emails directed to Judge Gull and her staff concerning Rosie not getting paid were not discussed in the order. Rosie therefore remains unpaid for work as performed on the case and has no idea if the court will ever pay him. He's just like, I don't know. I think that I'm just not going to get paid. But I heard her saying yes to some and no to others. This is, once again, that's not uncommon. Of course, because, you know, we don't necessarily know exactly who she ruled and what and how much she ruled. It's not uncommon for them to say, no, you don't need that many, or no, we're not paying for that many. You can have one, but you don't get three. You know, your defense expert has to, you know, do the job for $200 an hour, not $400 or $300 or whatever it is. So that's not, when it comes to expert testimony, that's not uncommon. At the very least, there are 3 pieces of evidence critical to this case: the bullet, the digital data pulled from cell phones belonging to the victims and other individuals, and Allen's purported post-arrest confession. Allen's request for funding related to obtaining expert assistance to investigate each of the 3 critical pieces of evidence, and for general assistance given the enormity of this case, is reasonable. I would say so, because you don't have any DNA experts, right? I mean, there's no DNA. You don't have any fingerprint experts that you need to pull in. So you don't have to do that either. So I mean, I don't know what was, we don't know what was denied. We can't read the order, so it is what it is. We can't say yes or no, this is fair or not fair. But they should be able to have the experts they need, but based on the budget that is set to them by the court. The first piece of critical evidence is the bullet purportedly found at the crime scene. The state utilized the Indiana State Police Crime Lab's firearm unit, which employs 15 people, to examine the bullet found at the crime scene. Okay, well, not all 15 people examined it, right? Otherwise, they'd all be on the documentation. Now, if they did, well, defense counsel retained a firearm toolmark expert to conduct an independent analysis and to assist them in reviewing the crime lab's analysis. The funds needed to retain the firearm toolmark expert and begin working on Allen's case were advanced by Attorney Rosie in the amount of $25.50. Defense counsel requested reimbursement for that amount, as well as authorization to pay the expert for additional services needed to prepare for Allen's case. This court authorized reimbursement for the amount Attorney Rosie had already paid, but denied the request for defense counsel to continue receiving the expert's services, finding that the request was unsupported. What? Like they already got what they needed and that's just too bad now? The second piece of evidence is the digital data collected from various sources, including cell phones, location data, and social media data. Hold on a second. Did I just like skip right over that? Hold on a second. I gotta go back here and read something. Digital data from cell phones belonging to the victims. I just skipped right over that, didn't I? Digital data pulled from cell phones belonging to the victims. Hey, stop fighting in chat. Stop fighting in chat, or I'll just tell the mods to block both of you. Stop now. Yeah, I can't stand it either. Any comment from here on, the mods can just block the person who makes the comment. So now back to the important stuff, which is, he states, digital data pulled from the cell phones belonging to the victims. Oh, Adrian, $10 holla. Thank you. All right, well, I mean, is that confirmation that we're talking about multiple cell phones belonging to multiple victims? Because that's an interesting statement that I'm like, wait a minute. The second piece of evidence is the digital data collected from various sources, including cell phones, location data, and social media data. The state utilized the Indiana State Police Crime Lab's Digital Forensic Unit, which employs 14 people, to examine the large amount of digital data collected in this case. I'll say the same thing here. They may employ 14 people, but we're 14 people actually working on the digital data of this particular case. It's very different. Defense counsel retained a digital forensic expert to help them decipher, interpret, and analyze the digital data. The funds needed to retain the expert and begin working on Allen's case were advanced by Attorney Baldwin in the amount of $37,1250. Defense counsel requested reimbursement for that amount, as well as authorization to pay the expert for additional services necessary to prepare Allen's defense. The court authorized the reimbursement for the amount Attorney Baldwin had already paid, but denied the request for defense counsel to continue receiving the expert's services, finding that it was unsupported. I'd like to read that ex parte and see how it's written for her to be able to just say, yeah, no. You're all Rick Allen lovers? I don't know Rick Allen to love him or not, but I will tell you what I am. I'm a Constitution lover. I do believe in our Constitution. And I do believe if law enforcement's got it right, then have at it. But that's not a Rick Allen thing. Very, very different. Yeah, they're not pointing out that the issue is 14 people in the department can contribute to analysis or help train people in what they're seeing. They are an institution. Yeah, but the problem is like the funding for this case, if you're trying to make it equal, which is what this is, it's the parity is to say, hey, treat us the same, make sure that you're treating us fairly. But I don't get this. How are these requests for? There's really only, this is all there is. This is what the whole point of it is. It's a waiting game. It's rough. It's rough. So yeah, I mean, they employ 14 people, but your experts also have other people who can work with them that they would have to take care of. I'm just saying, if for the equal, we don't know if those 14 people, how much they contributed or how many hours they contributed, which is a little bit different than just having one expert. My bigger issue is just her saying, yeah, no, having anything further from them is unsupported. Does she believe that like all the info that they could get, they've already gotten? The third piece of critical evidence is Allen's alleged confession. The state has utilized investigators, police officers, and experts from the Carroll County Sheriff's Department, the Indiana State Police, the Delphi City Police Department, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the U.S. Marshal Service, the Indiana Department of Natural Resources, and other law enforcement agencies around the state to assist in the investigation that led to Allen's prosecution. Allen's alleged confession was obtained while Allen was held for safekeeping in solitary confinement in the DOC. Since being reinstated in this case, the state of Indiana has served up additional discovery to the defense in the form of multiple interviews conducted by law enforcement with Westville prisoners and correctional officers. Ooh. In these interviews, law enforcement investigators have inquired about the interviewees' opinions regarding defendant Allen's state of mental health, practically seeking clinical diagnostic opinions from these lay witnesses. Defense counsel retained a clinical psychologist to evaluate Allen and review health records and video relevant to Allen's confinement conditions. This court previously authorized funds for the defense to retain the expert. However, Those funds are now depleted and additional services are still needed. Okay, so essentially everything that's been done by these three experts they're paid up to now, but she's saying that's all you get. So, and then they're asking, oh shoot, hold on. So they're saying that the state is just asking like the prison guards and other prisoners like what they think of Richard Allen's mental health. Is there nothing in here that's experts from the Carroll County Sheriff's Department? Yeah. So they're just in with Westville prisoners and the correctional officers. And in there, the state is asking these people to evaluate Richard Allen's mental health. That's kind of cringy. This court authorized payment for the 2-hour visit defense counsel and scheduled with the expert, but denied the request. Authorized payment for the 2-hour visit defense counsel had scheduled with the expert, but denied the request for additional funding, finding that the unsupported request is denied as an unreasonable expenditure of county funds. What? Defense counsel also requests funding to hire a confession expert to educate counsel and possibly the jury on the impact solitary confinement has on individuals accused of crimes, particularly in relation to the voluntariness of a confession made in those conditions. Through the process of conducting discovery, defense counsel has learned that defendant Allen's pretrial detention in the segregation unit at Westville may be the first time an innocent man has been confined in such a setting in the history of the institution and possibly this state. Moreover, Allen's detention is the direct result of the Carroll County Sheriff's request for a safekeeping order. I was trying to find, and I was, we looked and looked, and I don't know if anybody else has really come up with a lot. There's having somebody that is not convicted of anything stored away in prison is not normal unless it was federal charges. There's no hearing on that. No hearing on that. Just, nah, you guys don't need any more money. It does sound like a low amount for experts. I'm thinking like they got like this is like they're just their 2-hour consultation and they are like, okay, that's it. Yeah, don't forget to pick up my kids. No kidding. Huh? No, it's not time yet. Being unsupported. Requesting sheriff created this circumstance. It is undisputable that the issue of the impact of Allen's unique and unprecedented pretrial detention circumstances on his overall mental health is germane to his defense. Despite this, the court just says, sorry, that's unsupported. And defense counsel made other requests for funding as well. Counsel requested funding for the services of an independent forensic pathologist to review and consult with the defense on issues related to the crime scene, the pathology of the victims, and the cause, manner, and timing of death. This court declined the request as being unsupported. Oh my gosh. What? Defense counsel requested funding for an additional in-office assistant services. The state has enlisted help from at least 2 other prosecutors, as well as an untold number of law enforcement officers and their support staff. Yeah, what is Luttrell getting paid? $15 an hour? As well as the prosecutor's support staff. In February 2023, the Carroll County prosecutor obtained funding to hire a full-time investigator, a full-time secretary, and a special prosecutor, all for this case, and raises for himself, his current secretary, and his chief deputy prosecutor. Given the additional hours they were working on this case, He told his county council that his office was drowning right now and needed more people to work on this case. Recognizing the uniqueness of this case, Carroll County appropriated an additional $2.1 million in funding. $2.1 million in funding for Allen's case. In addition to assistance from law enforcement agencies and the multi-state Indiana State Police Crime Lab outlined above, as well as the assistance to the state received from hiring more employees to work on the case, the state has received help from forensic pathologists, a university professor, DNA analysts, voice data analysts, cold case investigative units, search and rescue units, helicopter pilots, drone operators, and fingerprint examiners. Even as this motion was being prepared, the state filed an amended exhibit and witness list identifying no less than 3 new and not previously discovered experts. Ronald Nichols on toolmark identification, David Schilling, an Odinism expert, and Pat Cicero, blood pattern stain analysis expert. The state, why you need an Odin expert? The state's resources, both financial and from a personal standpoint, are endless. So they just are hiring all kinds of people. If Odinism isn't relevant, I would say that funding would be unsupported. To date, Defense Counsel has received 25 hard drives containing at least 40 terabytes of information, plus an additional 300 gigabytes of e-discovery. The state has investigated this case and collected this information over a period of 7 years. Defense Counsel has only had 1 year to organize, catalog, and review this massive amount of discovery, while also screening and investigating dozens of tips received weekly and identifying and retaining experts. Attorneys Baldwin and Rosie have each employed an in-office assistant to help them with the discovery, payable at a rate of only $15 per hour. It should be noted and not understated that the state of Indiana has violated the local rules on discovery by dumping massive amounts of discovery, much of it exculpatory in nature, on defense counsel well past the discovery deadline, forcing the defense to work beyond their capacity to view and analyze the evidence over the course of a very short period of time, rather than over the course of months. Richard Allen, on the other hand, remains isolated, now in solitary confinement unit in the southwest corner of the state, some 175 miles from the location where this case is pending. Certainly not within a reasonable range for any sense of routine visits by his lawyers, while they are completely inundated with trying to keep up with newly received discovery and trial preparation. While all this is ongoing, Prosecutor McClellan has violated the discovery order, causing delays and difficulty for the defense. Due to McClellan's discovery violations, the defense needs funding for additional staff to review untimely discovered documents. Defense counsel requested additional funding for their 2 in-office assistants. Otherwise, they would be forced to pay for the assistant services from the $100 per hour rate they are receiving as Allen's lawyers. Oh my gosh, this court denied the funding request, finding that one assistant's invoices had been inadequate and the need for the assistance was unsupported. Oh my gosh, I'm dying here. And welcome back, Mandy Jo. Oh my gosh. So basically, it's unsupported. It's unsupported. I'm sorry. You don't need any more help. There's enough hours in the day. Figure it out. That is insanity that they're only making $100 per hour for this case. And then they're like, nope, you can't have any more help. Like I said, it's not uncommon for a judge to issue a cap on what they can and can't do with different experts. The fact that you're I know that's where I'm at. Like, what the fuck is happening? He's still in court, isn't he? Court's still going, right? I'm gonna just check and see. This is, I don't even. All right, I don't see anything new there. Yeah, so they're just like, you wanted back on the case? Well, now you got to do it all yourself. So, like I said, it's not unusual to put a cap on expert witnesses. It's not unusual to put a cap on how many people they can hire. Those aren't unusual things, but just to say, so like from this point forward, I guess my question would be, what are they allowed to pay for? So you can't have any help to go through discovery, any additional help, because they do have help, but you can't have any additional help. You can't continue to work with the experts when it comes to solitary confinement, imprisonment, when you're innocent and you haven't even been found guilty in a court of law, and what that could do to yourself. It's no wonder that Rick's lawyers won't just let him confess like he wants to. All those sweet $100. Oh my God. You have any idea how much more money? Oh my gosh. These attorneys are no joke. These aren't like public defenders that get a salary. These attorneys make lots and lots of money when they are hired. $100 an hour is it might as well be paying them $15 an hour. So if they were actually doing it about the dollar bills, y'all, if that's what it was about, they would take a plea deal, or we don't even know that there's one on the table. We've heard rumors that there was, but they would take a plea deal and go back to their actual practice, stop putting up with the bullshit of trying this case, and be like, we're out, we're done. Yeah, $100 an hour for an attorney like Rosie or Baldwin that's chump change. Not to mention, let me just take a step back here. For $100 an hour, Brad Rosie didn't even get paid. So they're making $0 an hour. Silliness. Silly. Massive amounts of discovery. Did I already read this? Because I feel like I just read this, but they are kind of repetitive when they do these motions. On defense counsel will pass the discovery deadline, forcing the defense to work beyond their capacity. Oh, we did read that one. While all this is ongoing, prosecution has violated the discovery order, delays and difficulty for the defense. Due to McClellan's discovery violations, the defense needs funding for additional staff. Additional funding for their 2 in-office assistants. Otherwise, they will be forced to pay for the assistant services from the $100 per hour. Okay, we read that. This court's denial of funding ensures an unfair and inequitable trial. Underlying every facet of the criminal justice system of Indiana and the United States of America is the immutable principle that citizens targeted and charged by the state for prosecution will have a fair opportunity to protect their liberty, including the opportunity to investigate the charges and the evidence and to defend themselves. The scales of justice must be carefully balanced, and the courts are at the fulcrum of the scale. It is the duty of the court having defendants' cases in charge to see that they were denied no necessary incident of a fair trial. Perhaps the most critical period of proceedings against the defendant is from the time of their arraignment until the beginning of trial, when consultation through ongoing investigation and preparation are vitally important. The Comprehensive Plan for Indigent Defense Services in Carroll County, subsection B3, requires that assigned counsel such as Baldwin and Rosie request ex parte authorization from the judge hearing the case for expenditures for investigative services, expert witnesses, or other services necessary to provide adequate legal representation. To comply, Baldwin, typo on his own name, and Rosie have submitted detailed ex parte requests for expenses already incurred and for expenses expected. Now, footnote, despite filing the motion ex parte and clearly labeling the motion as such in bold lettering at the top, someone has shared these ex parte pleadings with the state. The state chose to review them in detail and refer to one of them in the motions at length in a publicly filed pleading, letting the whole world know what should have been protected information. Attorney Rosie alerted this court and the state by email of the breach of confidentiality, requesting information as to how it occurred and whether it could be remedied. To date, counsel has not received a response from the court nor the state, not stat, evidencing some attempt by either to remedy the problem. Hmm. Just can you guys just block this sub Rosa? I don't know who that is, and nor do I care for the way that they're trying to communicate their point. So just block them. Just block them from the channel. So I don't care if they think he's guilty, but they're being an asshole, and I don't like assholes. So, bye. Okay. So the court has denied all the requests for anticipated expenses and costs that have not been incurred, excluding one, which was the services for a private investigator, and stated that it may authorize expenditures for paralegal services. However, for the investigative and paralegal services, the court has instructed that it will require detailed invoices, meaning that Baldwin and Rosie will have to carry the obligation to pay even those services out of pocket until such time that the court may find that the invoices are adequate and services are necessary. Okay. So the court, but your hope that's a hope that the court is going to find those services necessary or supported, as they're saying. For several reasons, this court's denial of offer to pay for anticipated services and costs necessary to defend Allen, a requirement that Baldwin and Rosie front the obligation to pay for the very limited investigation and litigation support that the court offered to potentially reimburse for, denies Allen of the following: due process of the law, the opportunity to the free administration of justice, due course of law, and privileges and immunities. It also imposes upon Baldwin and Rosie obligations without just compensation, altogether working a fundamental denial of an opportunity at a fair trial. And this is really what it comes down to. Even if you think he's guilty, how dumb do you have to be to not want him to have a fair trial? I don't get that. So you think he's the guy, and I'm not sold that he's not the guy. I'm kind of lately have been leaning more towards that he very well might be the guy. But ultimately, this isn't okay. Like, you have to be able to support the fact of how our laws work and how our Constitution protects us, and not just all willy-nilly. Let's give Nick McClelland $2.1 million, and then we'll give you what, 7,000? Oh wait, no, we'll go with 13 because we gave 6,000 to Matt Hoffman already, and that's all you can have, right? I don't get it. Now, maybe because we don't have the ex parte, maybe there's something in there that was not clear on what they needed the person for. Or maybe there's something in there that says, hey, the cost is going to be, $20,000. And she's like, oh, no. Like, that is not supported. Like, we don't have that to be able to say. We don't have the ex parte filing, and we do not have her finding, her order. So it's really hard to say. But since what we do have is this, we have to kind of go, well, why was it unsupported? So they're quoting unsupported, but did she say that for a specific reason? We don't know that yet. But it's odd that she's just saying no to everything. She doesn't want to pay them. She's making them resubmit their own finances multiple times. She doesn't want to pay for any continued like meetings of the minds. I can't think of the right word. That's problematic to me. And then here, why isn't anybody asking Nick McClelland? You have all these extra people that you asked for the purposes of this trial because the state was drowning. Why in the world do you still not have all of your discovery turned over? I don't know. Guess what? Indiana taxpayers, I'm not one, but I'll tell you right now, Indiana taxpayers, you pay that. Carroll County, that's coming from you guys. That's your tax dollars. So if anybody should be going like, why the hell are we giving Nick McClelland all this money? I mean, that's you guys. That's your money. So she may very well have a very legitimate reason in saying, hey, unsupported for you to have $25,000 to have another, 3-hour conversation with this person that's just out of whack and unsupported. That's very possible because we don't know. But if they're just, I mean, a 2-hour consultation was a couple $1,000s. I'm thinking that there's something hinky with why she doesn't want them to continue with that. And every single one of them. The defense's filings are very wordy. Due process of law requires balance between the state and defense in order to provide an opportunity for a fair trial, which must include a level of parity between the resources of the defense and the state. Section 1 of the 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution provides that no state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. Further, the Sixth Amendment provides Allen a right to have the assistance of counsel for his defense. Well, not according to Holman. That's the Fourth Amendment. Ouch. Similarly, Indiana Constitution Article 1, Section 12 provides that all courts shall be open and every person for injury done to him in his person, property, or reputation shall have remedy by due course of law. Justice shall be administered freely and without purchase, completely and without denial, speedily and without delay. Article 1, Section 13 provides Allen the right to be heard by himself and counsel and to have compulsory process for obtaining witnesses in his favor. All right, let me see what you guys are saying. No way around it at this point. We're far beyond a little stacking of the deck. I don't even think this will go to trial. I think Richard Allen will take a plea. The boy could have been a star witness for law enforcement, but he just couldn't be bothered to step forward again. Well, that's tough because if nobody ever came to talk to him, he'd already stepped forward. How many times would you step forward? That's what I don't know if I agree with that. I understand the thought process, like, you know, maybe they don't know that that was my car, or maybe they don't know that that was me over here or whatever. Maybe I should contact somebody again. But then I also think, like, I went and told them I was there. If they had any questions for me, they'd come and talk to me. And we know, like, Cheyenne told them she was there, and she said that it took them 2 weeks to come and talk to her, but they still went and talked to her. And her time frame, she was there after the fact, according to the time that law enforcement thinks the murders actually happened. They still went back and talked to her. And if we go with what Dan Doolin's report says, then he was, you know, according to Dan Doolin, he was there between 1:30 and 3:30. You'd think you'd rather talk to him than Cheyenne, almost. I don't know. I see both points. I see that people think he should have come forward. I just don't think that he had to. I don't know if I would have. I don't know if I would have. If I had already gone to cops and said, hey, I was there, I don't know if I would go back and be like, hey, did you guys remember that I was there? Nobody ever came to talk to me. Especially if I was there and I didn't see anything. Maybe I'd be like, oh yeah, see, they don't even need me as a witness. I don't know. Isn't it normal for any case the prosecutor to get regular pay and court appointed gets paid less? That's why people are like, oh, court appointed attorney. So like a public defender from like a public defender's office has a salary. They still have to request like money for experts or anything like that, or if they need like additional help, you know, like if they like and they needed to hire another assistant or something like that, they'd still have to request that from the court. The prosecutor gets regular pay, but I think the thing here is what they're stating is that he didn't just get regular pay. He went in and said that the prosecution right now is buried, like they're like underwater with all the crap they have to do, and so they needed a raise. They needed to hire more people, and him and his secretary both needed raises for the amount of work they were doing. It's a little different than because the defense team can't go in there and get a raise. I mean, shit, the defense team can't even get paid. There are no twigs in Abby's hair. There are twigs on Abby's hair. There absolutely are. There's no doubt that there are twigs in Abby's hair. Now, are they horns or antlers? No, I don't believe they are. But there are twigs there. From somebody who has seen the pictures, I'm going to tell you that there are twigs there. You're just believing the garbage put out by the defense. They want you on the jury. Well, I don't think that anybody wants me on the jury because I would be a little biased from the fact that I know so much about the case, and so I would end up being excused. But I'm buying what the defense is putting out. I'm going to say the same thing to you, Scott. You're just buying what the prosecutor's putting out. You're just buying it. You're just buying it like it's the truth. But I'm not, so that's the stupidest part. Yeah, so go low. Yeah, just block Scott. This is so fucking stupid. I don't know why you guys want to come in here and argue like you're just like the almighty. I feel like I know exactly what crew you come from, and I'm not having it. I don't have the patience for your bullshit. Yeah, trying to gaslight the shit out of me and then act like I'm the one going low. Idiots. Trolling. They see me trolling. They hating. Trying to catch me trolling dirty. Methinks Scott was sub rosa. I think they're all the same. No, there's probably a handful of them, but they don't ever even come in here, and then they come in here just to try to gaslight me and say that I think something that I don't even think. That's the funniest shit in the world to me. Like, oh, Tracy, you think this. I'm gonna do a Gray Hughes voice. You think this and you think that. No, you don't know what the fuck I think. Leave me the fuck alone. And why, if you don't like the channel, don't fucking watch it. My patience is so thin with this fucking case at this point. Yeah. All right. The importance of publicly funding defense is a staple of Indiana law, recognizing in cases preceding federal authority on the subject. The Indiana Supreme Court recognized the fundamental need of poor persons charged by the state. And we already know all this. They're just doing all the citations. I'm not gonna read through all of this because they're just backing up what their claim is, and by using case precedent. But I guess maybe I should read it so that people can understand why anybody quote unquote buys into the defense, because the case precedent says that they're right. Sigh. And it's funny when they try to educate you, but they won't even come in under their real name. They use fake accounts to come and try to tell you how you feel about something. Like, okay. The appointment of experts. Okay, like I said, this is just a bunch of case law. So, shock factors reveal a defense's counsel requests for funding are necessary. Allen is being prosecuted in Carroll County, where the judge is in charge of determining what is necessary expense for his defense. He is being denied privileges and immunities afforded to other similarly situated Hoosiers accused of crimes. So justice by geography is a reality that shows its face in the distribution and control of defense services in Indiana, as evidenced by this case. Although Carroll County participates in the Indiana Public Defender Commission reimbursement system, which is designed to provide better, more stable resources for criminal defense, it does not have a chief public defender or public defense office. As a result, the court is in charge of determining whether a defense expenditure or cost is appropriate or justified, as opposed to a public defender. And we know that they have come in and been, the Indiana Public Defender Commission has come in and made their comments too about how this is being done. Or was that the board? I know there's two of them there. Indiana Constitution article, the General Assembly should not grant any citizen privileges, more citations. In the final report of the Indiana Task Force on Public Defense, the task force recognizes the need for independence from the judiciary. Okay, we already know that here. Had Allen been charged in an Indiana county with a chief public defender and a public defender's office, his work product laden request for funds would not have been shared with the judge ruling over his case. Okay, so if a county has their own public defender office, then the judge doesn't actually have anything to do with the funding. It all has to do with the actual public defender office. But because Carroll County doesn't have one, Judge Gull has to approve everything that they want, everything that they're asking for. More importantly, his request for reasonable resources that pale in comparison to the resources expended by the state in this matter. I would like to see that written out. I'd like to see how much each side was given to try this. And I don't mean investigate, because we all know that an investigation has to happen beforehand. So I don't mean all the investigators from before the trial. Essentially, from the time of arrest and the time that the defense attorneys were put on the case, how much did each side spend? Now that I would be curious to see that and see if it's actually, if it is unfair. Now, here's the other part, and I'll say is, let's say well, it doesn't even seem like they have any experts. They're just talking to the prisoners about mental health, about Richard Allen's mental health. I wonder if they're going to call them to the stand. Huh. So I'm thinking if they actually had an expert, they got their expert in Odinism. Now, is that expert in Odinism, like, what's the cost of him, and is it actually approved? And if it is approved by the prosecutor's office, then are they allowed to spend like $800 an hour on a expert witness, but then the defense is allowed to spend $200? You know what I mean? I'd be curious about that. But those are certain things like that we don't know. We don't have those numbers. We don't know. So we can only go with what we're being told, and until there's more transparency with it. So if she's saying, hey, you each get $200 for your expert per hour, then that's fair. But they don't have to request to see if they're supported or not. That's all. I mean, is that fair? By requiring the defense to incur the obligation to pay for defense costs and then seek reimbursement, which may be available, the court has imposed unfair obligations upon the defense. Yeah, there should just be a set amount, like, hey, this is what you have, and you can't go past this. And then they have to find an expert that fits into that. Hey, Susan, but wait, T, to get the arrest, then the state already did a lot of investigating that would have happened before the charges. I get they have to investigate to get an arrest, but still. Well, what I mean is, once the arrest happens, they're still investigating, because they still have to run everything through. They didn't have the guns, they didn't have all of that stuff, so they still have to run all of that. Well, I guess he wasn't technically arrested yet, but I think you know what I mean. Even if we're going to go with the semantics of the dates, but my whole thing is like they still have to investigate once they have that person in custody. They're still running DNA. They're still running everything to go through the investigation. So I get that there's going to be a little bit more on that side, because not all of that's going to be brought up by the defense, or they're going to need an expert for it. But with respect to defense requests for paralegal services, the court stated it may authorize additional expenditures upon presentation of proper invoices. Okay, so did they not file something the correct way? Because we don't know. We just don't know that. Likewise, the court stated that it would reimburse for criminal investigative service as long as a proper invoice was submitted. It's really hard to have an opinion on this when we don't have the two documents that lead us to this. No indication was given as what limitations the court would put on such requests for payment in the future. See, this is where she just needs to say, hey, you have $20,000, or you have $200 an hour up to $20,000 or $20,000, or whatever it is that she puts on there, instead of it being like, go ahead and pay for them, and then I'll let you know if I'm going to pay you back or not. That doesn't make sense to me. But I don't know if there's something in place in Indiana that allows her just to be like, yeah, whatever. I don't know if I'm going to pay you or not. In order to secure these services, Baldwin and Rosie will be required to incur the expenses and carry them until such time as the court hopefully approves payment. But also a gamble that payment will not be approved, considering that Attorney Rosie has not been paid for his legal services and administrative expenses for which he has sought payment for nearly 6 months. It appears to be a losing bet. See, and the people who are just like, I don't like the defense attorney, so I don't give a shit if they get paid. Like that, I don't get that attitude at all. It just makes no sense to me. As can be seen at the Carroll County Council meeting in February 2023, McClelland is required to request the council for additional funds, but is not required to front the money for the salaries of the additional employees and investigations, litigation costs from his personal income prior to seeking potential reimbursement and subject to potential rejection. Right? The state experts. Well, that's gonna be the prisoners and the guards. That's the only people apparently they had on there, and now they have an Odinism expert. The attitude is not pro prosecution or anti. It's anti. Like it's just that's kind of where I'm at. Like I'm wondering if these people like don't live in America and maybe they just don't give a shit about our Constitution or what rights we have, which maybe that's the case. But I don't know how anybody that lives in our country is just like, fuck it. We don't really give a shit. We don't give a shit if Richard Allen's constitutional rights are crap. That's mind-boggling to me. And then to think that the majority of those people that are like that are of age to vote. Those are the people that are voting. Oh my gosh. It's so ridiculous to me. Like, at least be educated and don't just be so biased. You're just like, I don't really give a shit. I don't really give a shit if he has his constitutional rights. I don't care if he gets due process. Fuck him. Idiots. And here's the other thing. Those are the very same people who say all they want is actual justice for Abby and Libby. All they care about is the families. If you fuck all of this up as the prosecutor or the judge, you really fuck over the families, because guess what? They're going to be in litigation for the rest of their lives. Anybody who actually cares about the families and wants true justice means you do it the constitutionally correct way and get actual justice. And if he's the guy, I don't give a shit. I have no loyalty to Richard Allen. I don't know the guy. So I'm not like, oh, Richard Allen, he's like the best guy in the whole world. He has to be innocent just because look at him. He has to be. I don't feel that way. If he's the guy, then yeah, give him the appropriate punishment. Why are you punishing the guy that isn't even convicted yet? And I use this as an example all the time. But Brian Kohberger, for instance, I absolutely agree. He's the guy. He is absolutely the guy. No doubt in my mind that he's the guy. And there's no way I would sit here and go, yeah, fuck him. Let him burn in the fucking prison and just die. Fuck him. No, I am happy that he has Ann Taylor. I am happy that she is an incredible defense attorney. And I am going to be stoked when he's still found guilty. That's it. But I don't fuck up his constitutional rights. Because guess what happens then? We do it over and over and over and over again. If he is a pauper, as provided the counsel, the attorneys cannot be compelled to serve without compensation. For the same reasons that counsel appointed for indigent defendants must be paid, counsel for indigent defendants should not be required to front necessary expenditures for building and litigating the defense. Because this court has found the criminal investigation and paralegal services are necessary to the investigation and presentation of Allen's defense, it should articulate a reasonable amount of funds available and dedicated to those defense services. Furthermore, any additional awards for expert witness costs, discovery processing, and organization costs, and other defense services costs should be granted with the amount of available expressed so that Allen's defense team is not gambling with their personal finances in hopes that reimbursement might come. That's just crazy. I'd love any one of those people, any one of these absolutely pro Nick McClelland prosecuting, they're just like, I'm so pro prosecution. I'd love for them to fork the fucking bill for the experts and see how they like that. Why don't you guys start contributing to Nick McClelland's salary? However, the main thrust of this motion is related to Richard Allen's right to a fair trial. Boom. That's it. Just make it fair. To balance the scales of justice, Allen requests that one of the three potential remedies be ordered. Preferably, this court should reconsider the denial of funds for defense investigative and expert expenses as requested in the most recent ex parte motion. Alternatively, this court should exclude any any testimony or evidence related to the bullet and the digital data and the confession and the cause, manner, and timing of death. Finally, if denial of the defense's request remains and the state is allowed to proffer testimony on the critical evidence discussed, I can totally hear all this coming now. Why do you want to get this out? Let me just tell you guys right now, the reason they want this out is because they can't have their own expert to come in and counteract it because the court won't pay for it. So it's like, no, you're just going to let the prosecutor come in. Now, like I said, we don't have the other documents, so maybe they did it wrong. Maybe they requested too much. Maybe there's something in those documents that would give us some clarity, but because we don't have that and we don't have her order, we can't actually tell, which once again goes against the whole transparency of her and what she's supposed to be doing on the CCR. Wherefore, the defense requests the court to reconsider its denial of anticipated defense costs, including administrative costs, the same thing over and over. They are so repetitive. To assume the expenses of all experts. Yeah, Indiana through prosecution to assume the expenses of all experts, law enforcement officers, administrative staff, and other expenses arising out of the prosecution of Richard Allen from this point forward from his own personal finances. These requests are made to level the playing field between the accused, Richard Allen, and the government with its infinite amount of resources, all of which are currently being used to overwhelm Allen and his understaffed and underfunded legal team. Boom. That's it. Just make sure it's fair. I live in Europe and I'm pissed beyond measure over what's being going on in Delphi. What if it was those people's husbands, father, son? Yeah. See? Isn't it crazy that there are some people who care more about our Constitution that don't live here? They're like, no, this doesn't make sense. So that's what this is my understanding. And like I said, because everything is so different by so many states, it's hard to keep track. But my understanding is the judge normally gives you a limit. They say like your experts can make up to a certain amount per hour with a cap of so much, so that the defense attorneys, when they are talking to these people, I'm going to ask Bob if it's like that in Illinois and if he happens to know how it is in Indiana, because it's from cases I remember covering or trials I remember covering. That's kind of what it normally is. It's like, hey, you have this amount, so you find yourself an expert in whatever field you're looking for, but this is what you got to spend. And like you already have a pre-budget. Now, if they're expert and they're trying to get like the top tier expert that's going to cost them, $800 an hour, then I think that obviously I would see why she's denying that and saying, no, that's not supported. Your expert wanting to have $800 an hour does not make sense. No, we're not doing that. So like I said, there's no transparency there for us to actually see what they requested and what was denied. And then, but we do, if you go by the pattern, like the attorneys aren't even getting paid. Does she limit the state too? Not typically, no. They're not limited, but they also, this is when, they're putting in there like there's 14 people that work at this lab. Well, how many hours are logged by each person actually on this case? Are they tracking that? You know what I mean? I don't know. I would love to see a comparison from the time of arrest on what the state has spent and what the defense has spent. Yes, Dr. G. Welcome into the craziness of the day. Welcome to the craziness. Yes, Snay went up to Noe and got into a little bit of a tiff, and he was told to leave. Yes. All right, let me see. Just looking on my phone to see if anybody sent me anything else real quick. Yeah, no, it's absolutely true. Yeah. They did not get in a physical altercation. He just went up and got in his face, and they were kind of in each other's face. And then the sheriffs came out from the courthouse, and because it was outside. It wasn't in the courthouse. It was outside the courthouse. Okay, so we have one more motion to go through, and then we'll check for any updates. I'm going to grab a Dr. Pepper. Hold on one second. Oh yeah, speaking of Travis, let me check. I think before we move on to this one, I should check and see what his notes were on. He sent me all kinds of good notes on his take on the. This is the motion prepared. Let me see what he put on here. 1 second, guys. Okay, let me pull up his. I had to download it real quick. Let me pull up his and see what notes he put on this one before we move on to the next one. Maybe he didn't have any notes. Okay. That was that one. I don't know. Let me see. Okay, so he does have notes on this next one. Maybe the notes aren't coming across or something, because they normally do. Travis, are you still here? The notes aren't on them. Travis like puts little notes on there for me and tells me, like, you know, kinds of we'll break it down. But the ones he sent me don't actually have any notes on it. All right, so we'll go through this last one. Amended motion to compel and request for sanctions. This is also from the defense team. Comes down the accused Richard Allen by and through counsel Andrew Baldwin and Brad Rosie, and amends the motion to compel and request for sanctions, which was filed on March 12th, 2024. In support of said motion, the accused states the following. Okay, so this is and amends the motion to compel and request for sanctions. Okay. On March 12th, the accused filed his motion to compel the state of Indiana to provide certain answers concerning the existence of certain discovery, and if it existed, to provide the actual discovery. So that was like, you know, hey, there's, you know, no interviews in here. Am I going to start a new live? Probably. Probably going to start a new live after. Yeah. Well, so the little one got out of school early today, so my husband picked him up because I was on here with you guys, but I still got to get the girl, and then hopefully he'll get the other boy. So let's see. This is like, hey, we don't have anything in here of Derek German's. Where in the world is it? And if you guys never interviewed him, then can you at least just tell us that? So on March 8th, the state of Indiana did in fact provide some answers to some of the questions concerning some of the discovery. Okay, so before the request, counsel's unawareness of this response is a result of a flurry of communications and filings that have occurred between the state and the defense and the court since Attorney Baldwin and Rosie were reinstated by the Indiana Supreme Court. Okay, so the state of Indiana had supplied some things apparently, and then they didn't know about it on March 12th because they were still going through everything. That makes more sense. Oh, for fuck's sake. Thank you. You guys are probably like, what's she saying? Oh, for fuck's sake for? Thank you. Someone needs to have a straight check. She is Avera. Maybe we get a $10 holla for Judge Goal. Okay. Okay. However, there is still outstanding discovery that the state of Indiana claims does not exist, when common sense causes the defense to believe that the evidence must exist. Therefore, based upon the state of Indiana's March 8th, 2024 correspondence answering a certified letter overnighted to the prosecution on February 20th. The defense can pare down its request concerning certain documents as the state of Indiana has answered certain questions concerning, Jesus, they're so redundant. Like, I really just wish that they would Judge Gohl. Let's all put in a request for Judge Gohl to give them somebody that can like check their motions for typos and just the redundancy of some of the words that they use. The defense can pare down its request concerning certain documents as the state of Indiana has answered certain questions concerning certain discovery. Like, how many times did they say certain and concerning in this sentence? Previously found in paragraph 69 of the motion to compel and request for sanction. Therefore, the defense would amend paragraph 69 of the original motion to compel and request for sanction and ask the court to compel the state to produce the following. The state of Indiana provided 2 undated reports never seen by the defense. The first report provided some detail as to how the state of Indiana explained that certain videotaped recordings between February 14th and February 20th, which would include Brad Holder's interview, were erased. Therefore, that request has been satisfied. Oh, Newwood, thank you so much. I really appreciate you guys and putting up with me and sometimes my irritation with the people that come in here. However, the other report details how all videos between April 28th, 2017, and June 30th, 2017 were also lost. This is news to the defense, as the defense was aware that certain videos did not contain audio, but was unaware that videotaped interviews between April 28th and June 30th were Oh, you're welcome, Scott. Glad I'm making your workday a little easier. Oh, really? Oh, that's interesting. I don't know. The way I kind of saw it, Angela Bob is halfway through when he called in. Oh, on Gray's. It was good. I watched it. Yeah, Bob called. Gray had an open call in, and Rick Snay actually called in. They got in a little tiff, and I think Gray ended up hanging up on him. And then Bob called in, and it started out a little rocky. There was a little bit of arguing, and Gray threatening to hang up on Bob, and but by the end they handled it like adults, and they ended up communicating with each other on a very civil way. The trial is still set for May currently. I don't have any. I don't know how my faith is in it actually being in May at this point, but it is currently scheduled for May. And the next scheduled court date, as of right now, this is the only court date that is scheduled, is today's. We don't know what's going to come out of this, so. Public defender offices in most states have a preset hourly rate that will be paid to defense experts. If defense experts require an hourly fee above that flat rate, then it must be. Yeah, that's what I thought too, Sniper. But I'm like, well, I guess maybe Indiana isn't like that, or maybe just Judge Gohl doesn't do it that way, or maybe that has to do with the fact that they stated in there that the Carroll County itself doesn't have a prosecutor's office, or they don't have a prosecutor's office. The Carroll County doesn't have a public defender office of its own, so maybe. Okay, so let me put that towards the middle so I can actually read it. So April 28th of 2017 to June 30th. Additionally, it appears to the defense that the report is incomplete as it details attempts to recover the lost interviews, including purchasing some type of equipment from China to assist in recovering the lost interviews. However, that is where the report ends. It is unknown whether the equipment from China was ever purchased or if an attempt to recover the missing interviews was actually attempted. Based upon paragraph 5AII above, the defense requests the court to compel the state of Indiana to provide the complete report of law enforcement attempts to recover the missing videotaped interviews. Based upon paragraph 5AII above, the defense would be requesting the court to compel the state of Indiana to provide a listing of all persons whose interview was videotaped but lost. But unfortunately, according to the state of Indiana, there is no comprehensive written log that was used to document date, time, subject, and participants for each interview room. The defense seeks supplemental information as to which law enforcement individuals may have interviewed suspects and or witnesses during that time period, and any reports reflecting the occurrence of such interviews and summaries thereof. Again, it is extremely concerning to the defense and Mr. Allen that potential exculpatory witnesses and statements are apparently forever lost, and not even a log of which witnesses were interviewed exists. Well, I wonder if there's the reports. You know how they keep wanting the defense just to go off the reports of the officers. But now, what if there's no interview and they're just like, oh yeah, now there's no report either because that person was never interviewed. They didn't even exist. They never even existed. Furthermore, it is very disconcerting that the defense just learned of this lost evidence and only upon request of the defense of such a report, and more than 14 months after the defense should have learned of this lost evidence. This is another thing. These are things that they already knew. They already knew that the tapes had been recorded over for the first week. They knew that because, according to Nick himself, in September of 2017, Mullen figured it out. Nick already said they all had to go off reports. I think that what he answered was the other motion to compel. Well, maybe I'm wrong, but I'm only reading them the way that they actually showed up on the CCR. Hold on. What number are we on? We're at like 5E. Let me see something. 12:48 p.m. filed on the 17th. Now, so Nick's is in response to the motion from the 12th. So remember here, they filed the motion on the 12th, but then they found more stuff on the 8th. So he's responding this response because it's from 10:42 in the morning. I think it's to the other one. Does anybody clarify that? But that's from what it looks like. That's what I'm thinking. Oh, you went to high school with Kathy and worked with RA's dad and stepmom? Really surprised I haven't heard about dad being at the court. Do you mean his mom and stepdad? His bio dad passed away. So he has an adopted dad, which is his stepdad. No, I don't know. I'm just wanting to make sure. Done for the day. Red flag, no ruling for at least another 30 days, apparently. You gotta be shitting me. They're done for the day and not going to have a ruling for 30 days on the contempt. Oh, for fuck's sake, thank you for joining. I love your name. I was talking about no audio while I was going on that. No, it makes sense. I'm thinking that this is just on their, this is the response for the one on the 12th. So now they're going to have to respond to this one. So we're on E. Let me go back down to E. Were we on E? It's just the defenses. Yeah, 14 months. Yeah, like I said, they already knew this stuff was deleted. I don't know why that's just coming out now. it's not like something now just got deleted. Like, oh shit, we just totally deleted Patrick Westfall's interview from August. Totaling the missing days of interviews February 14th, February 20th, and April 28th to June 30th, which show that the state of Indiana has lost 70 days worth of interviews and claims to have no ability to fully account for who was interviewed during those 70 days. So crazy. In its March 8th, 2024 response, the state of Indiana failed to produce similar reports explaining how the audio is missing on certain videos. So the defense would request the court to compel the state of Indiana to issue a report detailing why there's no audio. The defense requests the existence of certain phone dump data from certain phones. This is the way they word this about the phones is really, I'm telling you guys, I'm going to be really honest here. It's really bothering me. From certain phones? Whose? In response, the state of Indiana claims that no phone dump evidence exists. Oh, in its response, the state of Indiana claims that no phone dump evidence exists from Kelsey German's, Mike or Becky or Cody Patty's phones. And furthermore, that the prosecutor's office does not possess any phone dump data from those phones. They didn't take their phones? I wonder. However, it is still unknown whether that phone dump evidence did exist at some point in time, which question is more than fair considering the loss of 70 days of investigative activity as referenced above. It would be hard to believe that law enforcement would not have obtained the phone dump data from the parties identified in this paragraph, Kelsey German, Mike, Becky, and Cody Patty, to at least determine timelines. Okay, so you know who they're not saying here is Derek. Because before it wasn't Becky, it was Derek. So do they have Derek's? I don't know about these three, but Kelsey's, because she's the last one to actually, I mean, she's the last proof of life, technically. And then Derek, who was there to pick him up. Because the state of Indiana has lost other important pieces of evidence, the 70 days worth of videotaped interviews, the defense would therefore ask this court to compel the state of Indiana to answer as to whether the phone dump data ever existed, and if so, what came of it. The defense would compel the court to order the state of Indiana to provide all the geofencing data and the names of the actual person or persons that interpreted the geofencing data, including the person or persons that reduced the geofencing data to a map that has been provided to the defense. In preparing for trial and for a contempt hearing and reviewing newly discovered evidence, the defense and its limited staff has had limited time to fully review the state of Indiana's response and to compare it to the requests of the defense. Okay, so there might still be more to come that they find that was given to them, or answers, at least, that could have been given to them. However, for now, the defense would request the court to compel the state of Indiana to produce the items detailed in paragraphs 5 through 11 above. Which, I mean, so I'm wondering if they have no phone dump from Kelsey, Mike, Becky, or Cody. Yeah, but remember, they in the one from the 12th, they state they don't have it from Derek. No interviews or phone dumps from Derek. It was 3 people. It was Kelsey, Derek, and Cody, right? Is this it? Let's see. Yeah. So this is the one from the 12th. This is Kelsey's, Cody's, and Derek's. Spelled wrong, but. Oh, that's actually interesting too. Why did Mike go on an interview saying he had to go with Kelsey to the house and get all the electronics and take him to the police department? Now, the other thing about Kelsey's is that she said, remember, that she knew all of Libby's logins, and so she was logging in and talking to people. You definitely would want her phone data. There's no mention of Derek's phone. It was just the interviews. Oh, all of Derek German's law enforcement interviews, including video, audio, and or notes memorializing any law enforcement interview. If he was never interviewed, the defense would ask for that confirmation. Ooh, good call out. Thank you, something to say. It doesn't have his phone. It does have her phone and it does have his phone, but it doesn't mention Becky's and Mike Patty's. Okay, so yeah, thank you for clarifying that. It doesn't say anything about his phones. So on the amended one, it doesn't need to say anything about his phones. Agreed. Okay, let me see. Okay. Just looking through. Let me just do. I had Kara had done a couple of tweets, so I'm going to check hers out before we see if there's any updates from the trial. So Kara had posted a few things just talking about the documents that came out today, and interviews are missing. But look, we found some we didn't even know we had. Yeah, so that's the recorded interviews of Becky, Mike, Ron Logan, and Daniel Pearson that we talked about. Like, oh, yay. And there's Sleuthy. Indiana has the most high-profile investigation Indiana has ever handled, and the state of Indiana has lost 70 days worth of interviews and claims to have no ability to fully account for who was interviewed during those 70 days. Okay, so she said, earlier this month, I outlined the procedure public defenders can use in Indiana to obtain funds for experts and investigators without revealing their defense strategy to the prosecutor. This is to place the poor defendant in the same situation as a defendant with money. The defendant who can afford to finance his own defense does not have to tell the prosecutor about the investigators he hires or the experts he consults. But parity can only be achieved if two things occur. The funding request is kept from the state, and the funds are actually provided to the defense. There's another disparity that can arise as well, the difference between the state's resources and the defendant's. In Indiana, the prosecutor has the investigative assistance of one or more law enforcement agencies, and most prosecutors have their own in-house investigator as well. Right, that she only wants to pay $6,000 to. Remember, that's Matt. Oh, can you guys not see this? Let me make this a little bit bigger so you guys can see what she's saying. Sorry, you can hear the trucks beeping outside of my house. So yeah, okay, I see where they're going with that. Like they have the assistants like, hey, I need you guys to go back and investigate this. I get okay, that makes more sense why they're talking about the entire team of investigators. For experts, the state has the Indiana State Police Crime Lab full of forensic analysts. If a prosecutor needs to go outside the lab for a particular expert, the prosecutor has a budget for those expenses and can ask for more from the government if need be. To balance the scales of justice and ensure a fair proceeding for an indigent defendant, there must be parity in resources. Yeah, the roofers are back. They must be back from lunch. So I get that. This is why I would just think that she'd say, hey, this is how much money you have. Spend it wisely. You know, if like your parents tell you like, hey, like if I tell my daughter, hey, you have this much money to go spend, then that's how much money she has. She goes to the mall. I'm like, okay, here you have. Whether she decides to spend it all in one place or not, that's on her. Nick McClellan said he viewed all the ex parte motions. I saw a footnote in Allen's newest filing this morning about it too. Allen's newest filing claims the court has denied additional funding for expert witnesses. Go back. Okay, so we also learned this morning it appears the state lost more videotaped interviews. We know that one. From the Carroll County prosecutor's most recent filing in the Delphi case, the state is not required to hand over every lead and inquiry during this 6+ year investigation as part of discovery. Actually, yes, you are. Those leads and inquiries may not be relevant to your case, Mr. Prosecutor, but that doesn't make them not relevant to the defense. And you, sir, are not the arbiter of relevance. Okay, so and we're back into the older ones. All right, let me move that back over here. So that just kind of breaks down some of those things. I wish that I had been able to access the notes from Travis. All right, let's go over here and see if there's any newer updates before we wrap up. The wait is awful, I know. All right, let me just check messages really quick. And just see if there's anything coming in. And let's check and see if anybody... So if the hearing is over, I'm surprised that Bob isn't live in his car. Oh, nonstop, thank you. Good to see ya. Good to see you. And for fuck's sake, there's no limit. Go look up standards for indigent defenses on the Indiana.gov site. Okay. You guys are very welcome. I enjoy hanging out with you guys and going through all the shit that we have to go through to figure out what's going on. Let me see what this one is. That one won't open. Okay. Yeah, I'm just surprised he's not live. So I'm just looking to see if anybody else went live from the car. If they're already done. All right, well, let's look up some news ones then real quick and see if there's anything there. Bob's still in the slammer. He can't go live. Free Bob. So she has 30 days. Then in 30 days, she's going to have a decision. Well, and it doesn't surprise me that she said she's going to do the written one, right? All right, let's see. There's a lot of people planning on going live here soon, but I don't see anybody actually live currently. Let me just double check news real quick. If you guys see any other updates that you think are important, just holla holler at me. Okay. This one's from 2 hours ago. Did we watch this? I don't think we watched this.
We welcome now Misty Maris, legal analyst and trial attorney. Misty, it's great to see you. So after delays, the defense has won the right to a speedy trial, as you know. Do you think that specifically helps or hurts the suspect in this case?
Well, at this point, a lot of the defense arguments have been this rocky path into the courtroom. Of course, there's been so many hitches with this prosecution relating to the removal of the defense attorneys, the reinstatement of the defense attorneys, some evidence that defense attorneys claim have not been turned over. So in this particular case, they've asked for speedy trial because it's just been so long to actually get to the point where this is getting into the courtroom. Of course, if there's health concerns relating to the defendant, and just the ability to get this before witnesses' memories fade, and there's a problem with putting on a defense. So in this case, it was necessary to ask for that relief.
I want to dig deeper into that in just a moment. But, you know, Alex was talking a lot about this evidence leak and what it's doing to the case. How do you read that, Misty? How do you think the impacts will play out in court?
So it is the primary focus of this contempt proceeding, the evidence leaks coupled with what prosecution says is defense attorney's violation of gag orders. And look, that evidence leak, in my view, just looking at it from a trial attorney perspective, it's very negative for the defense. These were just horrific images that came into the public sphere. And that would tend to be a big problem for the defense because it would poison the well of jurors. Now, one of the issues was whether or not that was enough for a change of venue. Of course, that was denied, but really it comes down to how did this happen? Now, we know the attorneys have said that it was not willful from their office. They've said that there was a rogue employee who leaked these photos without their knowledge, and that's where it stands, and the judge will make a determination on that today.
Yeah, we will be waiting. So Richard Allen's attorneys, they were earlier tossed off the case, as was outlined. The Indiana Supreme Court just ruled they're now reinstated. How do you believe that will impact Richard Allen's defense specifically moving forward, Misty?
Well, this is the only way that this trial could possibly be in that bucket of speedy, right? Because if new attorneys had to get on this case and get up to speed, that would be incredibly problematic. Richard Allen had expressed that he wanted to keep his legal team. And of course, there's a lot of deference to a defendant to say it's up to them who they want to represent them. Now, these are assigned counsel. And so there was the ability for them to perhaps be ejected from the case. But these are the people who are going to know the case best. And they're the ones that, the other motion that's being heard today is the defense asking prosecutors where a whole slew of what they call exculpatory evidence, that's evidence that tends to be good for the defendant, including 2017 interviews that happened shortly, right at the very beginning of the investigation, that were recorded over that they do not have. So they're really digging into that issue as well. So there's a lot going on here on both sides, both from the defense and prosecutors relating to conduct in this trial.
And Alex led us in to a little bit of what he's seeing in the courtroom there today. Richard Allen, as you know, looked really thin, sickly as these proceedings have continued, but appears to be a bit healthier, engaged. What does that tell you, if anything, about these court proceedings, Misty?
So that says that he's able to participate in his own defense. That's one thing that everyone always looks at from the perspective of what's called competency, that he's able to participate in his defense and that he knows and understands the proceedings against him. Now, that wasn't necessarily an issue for today, but when there's a decline in health and something that's visible, it's always something that could potentially come into play, whether or not the individual actually is competent to stand trial. So it appears that he is better equipped in that sense to move forward with this case. And by the way, golly, May, that's right around the corner.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's scary to think about. All right, Misty Maris, we always appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you for watching.
So let me check Bob is talking to lead pipe. It'll be a few. I don't know. Everybody's like, Bob's a chatty Cathy. It'll be a minute. Okay, let me get rid of this one. Let me put these down. Didn't we have? Nope. I thought we had. Here we go. Let's refresh this one. Let's see if they have anything new on here. Has ruled on a few big decisions that will decide how the rest of the case moves forward. I think this is the same as it was. The same as we just read. Yeah. Someone call Allie and tell her to get control over Bob. All right. Well, it'll be good, though. It'll be good to hear what he has to say. And I know, like I said, a few other people that are in the courtroom or were in the courtroom will hold on. I'll just check in Messenger. Like I said, I'm just trying to get all the updates before we wrap up. I can't find anything new from WTHR since the hearing ended. If somebody does see that, let me know, because this is the last one I found. So Noe did put up a video. Let me grab that real quick. And let's see. I obviously have not watched this, so I don't know exactly what it is, but this has to do with the little quarrel, I assume.
Prosecution and the defense. It doesn't matter if it's in Delphi or in Fort Wayne where we are currently. It's very clear that the victim's family members are going to support this and want to see justice
actually unfold.
Just standing there.
Yeah, interestingly, those charges came shortly after that Indiana Supreme Court hearing that happened back in January. We saw 2 additional kidnapping charges tacked on. The dropping of those charges actually happened without much fanfare earlier this morning. It was one of the very first things that
Hi,
we
Helen.
saw actually happen. The judge ruling that count 5 and count 6 directly related to kidnapping will be dropped. So that's moving forward. That's what we're going to see. There should be additional conversation today about amended charges, but that's where we currently stand right now.
Okay, so that's just him at the listening to the, what do you call it? Hi Ivy. I hear it that it ended and she'll rule in April. Yeah, we'll have a ruling in like 30 days. Okay, so they updated after the hearing. I can't find that. 5 and 6 were the kidnapping charges. So they had added on, they had the felony murder, the murder, and the kidnapping, and so she got rid of the kidnapping. This has been a long day. It's not over yet. It ain't over. It ain't over. Keep scrolling that same article. Okay, let me go back. Okay, so the second hearing to discuss accusations of contempt against Allen's attorneys, Andrew Baldwin and Rosie, started right after the first hearing. They should be held in contempt for a trend. We read that. Court transcripts indicate, okay, recent court filing prepared at least 6 witnesses. Okay. After request from Allen, the jury trial, we already read that. I don't see anything else on here. I'm going to refresh it. Keep going? There's nothing there. Why does it keep doing that? Yeah, this is like the older stuff now. Okay, hold on. There's so many damn pop-ups on here. Oh, wait. No, they're talking about geofencing here, so hold on. Let me go up. Let's go. Okay. Requesting the continuance. Allen is accused. We already read that. The additional recorded interviews from the prosecution on March 11th. Okay. Could affect their response in the contempt hearing. Allen's attorney said they weren't able to review the recordings until March 13th. They need to investigate the claims made in the recordings about the source of the various photographs. Okay, we knew that. You quoted some of it. Hold on, let me see, because they did add. Maybe it's just not on my. It says last update was 12:08 for UT. Yeah, that's like an hour ago. This is like all their old stuff that they already filed. The geofencing, the people walking around with the phones. The state, after being reinstated, they received the 2030. But yeah, we already know that part, so I don't know. I don't have a new one, so maybe I just don't have it. If anybody else has it, let me know. I'll do a Google search, but I thought somebody said that Noe had put up. Let me do a Google search real quick. WTHR Delphi. This one's last updated like 4 hours ago. Not 4 hours ago. I got nothing. Dang it. Bob's getting all the goods. We don't know anything about what the defense witnesses said in the contempt hearing yet. We might know. Oh, thank you. Thank you for sending that.
By the courthouse.
We don't know what the defense witnesses said. We only know somewhat just from a couple updates from people inside the courtroom. We know a couple updates what the prosecutors' witnesses said. They had 3 witnesses. They had Mullen, Holman, and Rector. Okay, so here's the other one. Let's see. This is Noe now. Yours says 316. Mine says 1208. And so if you're local, that would be 316. That would be about the same time. All right, this is the Noe thing.
They're in there, and this is Jinx and Chris Long right here. Okay, look at him playing with his toy. Jinx is right there, and there's Chris Long right there. And this is his vehicle, okay? And I'm not scared of you, brother.
Wait, no.
You don't want to.
Wait, is he like trying to go up to the car and fight them? If you can grab it, I'll send it to your Facebook group. Yeah, I will. Yes, please. Is he trying to go up to the car and fight these guys?
Talk to me, bro. I just want to talk to you. Yeah, fuck you too.
Oh, Jesus.
Fuck you too. You don't want to talk? What are you scared? I'm a little guy.
Okay, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Does anybody know is this after he got in the argument with Snay? I mean, is he just like pissed off at this point? I don't even want to watch that. I don't know. They're all. Is this before or after? I would like to know that, but I don't even know if it matters, to be honest with you. This is just outrageous. Okay, so Facebook. Let me go to the Facebook. And are you gonna post it in the group? Let me go to the group. And then see if I can grab it from there. I don't know what these guys are doing. Like, they're not going to be allowed at any of the hearings. I don't know what they're doing. Like, stop doing that. Okay, yep. Thank you, Susan. Let me close all these tabs. Prove it. Okay, let's see. Okay, see, that's weird. Maybe let me close all this. Because you know how it like refreshes it to like it'll give you back what you already opened. Let me try it again. Because it's not updating to a different time for me. No. I'm going to open it on my phone and see if it tells me something different. I've done that with like articles, and they'll go in like the journalist will like correct the article, but because I already opened it, it continues to tell me what I already opened. So let me see if it's any different on my phone. It sure as hell is. It is different on my phone. Okay, so I'll just read it to you guys then. Yeah, 3:16 p.m. Delphi murder suspect Richard Allen back in court Monday. Special Judge Francis Gohl has ruled on a few big decisions that will decide how the rest of the case moves forward. Allen is accused of killing Abby and Libby. Okay, so that's the same thing. During Monday's first hearing, Gohl approved both counts of murder, but the judge dismissed both counts of kidnapping. McClellan previously said the added charges more accurately aligned. Okay, this is all the same part. She denied the motion to recuse the judge. Wait, Gohl also responded to the defense's motion to recuse the judge. I thought she responded to the motion to recuse the prosecutor, or to get rid of the prosecutor. Maybe, okay, so she denied that. She's going to stay as the judge. The second hearing to discuss accusations of contempt against Allen's attorneys, Andrew Baldwin and Bradley Rosie, started right after the first hearing ended. Gold denied the defense's request for continuance in the contempt hearing. McClellan argues the attorneys should be held in contempt of court for what he calls a trend. We talked about that already. Court transcripts indicate Gold previously accused Allen's attorneys of gross negligence. We already know that part. The attorneys have asked several times in the recent weeks for the contempt hearing to be delayed. When the contempt hearing wrapped up, the judge gave the defense team another week to submit a post-hearing memo. Okay, this is the new stuff. So the judge gave the defense team another week to submit a post-hearing memo. The prosecution will then have a week to respond to that memo. At that point, the judge will have 30 days to make a ruling. Oh, so we're looking at a month and a half, because 2 weeks for both of their memos, and then her to make a decision 30 days after. The court denied multiple media requests for cameras in the courtroom during the hearings. After a request from Allen, the jury trial in the case scheduled May 13th. The trial was previously scheduled for October. Jury selection. How weird. Yeah, they added that little paragraph in there, and it won't show up on the one that I have on my computer. Yeah, so that's it. So there's a memo. The defense has a week to submit a memo, and then the prosecutor has a week after that to submit their response, and then she has 30 days from that point to make a decision on the contempt. So still going. Crazy. So that was what our charges. Charges 1 and 2 are the felony murder, which were the same charges. And let me see if I can just pull up the charges again. Give me a second, I'll find it. It's from January. January. There's motion to compel. Here it is. So we can go over what they kept and what she added and what she denied. Okay, so count 1 is murder. This is with the 2. So this is the felony murder. This was the original one, but I don't think this was on the original one. So that's the caveat there. But this is one of the original. This was the original charges back from October of 2022. So, and remember, so there's a charge for each girl. So one of the girls, and then the exact same count for the other one of the girls. Okay, so those are the original 2. So those stay. Now they added on this murder, which is 1, and I'll pull those up for you guys in just a second. So they added on this one. She approved count 3 and count 4. It's also the exact same charge, 1 for each girl, right? And then they tried to add on the kidnapping charges. So counts 5 kidnapping and count 6 kidnapping. Once again, 1 for each girl. She denied allowing them to add this on. So she is just adding this. And then I'll pull this up for you guys so you can see. So it's technically the same count with a different outline, I guess you'd say. Oh, thank you, Ariel. I'll pull that up too. Okay, so here's what you're looking at. So this is the code. It's the same code for both, but at the end of it, it has a little parentheses with a number. So counts 1 and 2, once again, 1 for each girl, is the number 2. So it kills another human being while committing or attempting to commit arson, burglary, child molesting, consumer product tampering, criminal deviant conduct, and kidnapping. This one right here. So that's the original charges that he had charged him with back in October of 2022. Remember, there's 2 counts of felony murder. That's this one. So now what is being added is this count. So it's this, once again, same code, but it has the 1 after it. So it's knowingly or intentionally kills another human being. So before this, this was the biggest thing that I was like talking, or not, I shouldn't say the biggest, but it was one of the biggest things I was talking about, because it didn't make sense that at the end of this trial, if he's only convicted on this with the kidnapping, and that's all they can actually prove, then it's not going to make any sense to the public on who actually killed the girls. And if they believed that he actually was the one that killed the girls and they had the evidence to support it, then they would have charged him with this one. So I'm not in disagreement. I'm disagreeing. That's probably not the right word. I'm getting tired. We've been on here for a long time now. I understand why he would change it to this. Now, there was a huge thing about that there had to be more evidence that was found. There had to be more evidence that was found. There had to be more evidence that was found, and that's why they were charging him this way. But that's not the case, because what he stated when he asked to change it was that he believed that this charge was actually more fitting to the original probable cause. Hey, novelist, good to see you. You've been doing a good job covering Delphi over there. So if there had been new evidence, then he would have had to have created a new probable cause affidavit to have her decide that this was the charge. I do not believe there was any quote unquote new evidence. So anyway, what we know now is that he is charged with 2 different counts of murder for each girl. 1, knowingly or intentionally kills another human being. That's counts 3 and 4. Counts 1 and 2 is kills another human being while committing or attempting to commit. At this point, we're going with kidnapping. I don't know if any of the other ones would actually fit. I mean, this potentially, but we've never heard anything like that. Doesn't mean that it couldn't be, but we're kind of sticking with this was what they were using there, especially because they added on the kidnapping, or he wanted to add on the kidnapping charge, but she did decline that. So that's where that is. Did any social media people get questioned, or was there any of their evidence put on screen? So we don't know. I don't know that yet. Let me check my phone and see if there's any updates that I'm not aware of or wasn't aware of. The last we knew was when they went to lunch, the prosecutor had already completed his witnesses for the contempt hearing. He only called 3. Oh, Shelly, I saw you ask who Mullen was. So Mullen used to be the chief of police for Delphi, and then he actually went and became an investigator for the prosecutor's office. There's already a kidnapping charge for the original arrest. No, so no, not really. What it is it's the way it's coded. So remember, so these are the first 2, which it's the same code from 354211, but it has the 2 in the parentheses. Now, I don't recall this being on the first one. So let me pull it up really quick. I think this was just completely added in later. And this is the aiding, inducing, and causing claim. Let me pull it up so I can show it to you guys. So it's like this count of felony murder, which it's tough because I say felony murder, but it's not coded that way in the state of Indiana. It's all under the murder clause, but it's different codes. I don't know how else to explain it, but in most other states, it's called felony murder. Hence, you're committing a felony and somebody dies, whether you plan to kill them or not. If that person dies, it's like the old thing of adage of like 2 people go to rob a bank. One's the getaway driver. One goes in. The one that's inside robs the bank and ends up killing the teller. Now, the person outside who went there with the intent to commit the robbery, which is a felony, is held under a felony murder rule because he went there with the intent to commit a felony and somebody died. So this is the little added one. It's like aiding, inducing, or causing an offense. So a person, let me just double check, make sure there's no parenthesis after that. No, there isn't. So a person who knowingly or intentionally aids, induces, or causes another person to commit an offense commits that offense even if the other person is not being prosecuted, has not been convicted, or has been acquitted. This is where I think that they're throwing in just the in case that there is somebody else here. So like a person knowingly or intentionally aids, induces, or causes another person to commit an offense commits that offense. So this is like the little opening for that. So each of the charges on count 1 has that. Count 2 has that. So remember, 1 for each girl. And then count 3, which is now the murder 1, which is, it's more known as like the main murder in other states, the way that it's written. So like you have murder 1. They don't have necessarily that, but even though it is coded 1, it's not called that. So under counts 3 and 4, 1 for each girl, they also put that little caveat in there. And then, like I said, she denied the kidnapping charges anyway. Now, does she deny the kidnapping charges? I don't know. I don't know why people are thinking that it might have to do with because it's under the felony murder, but there's a lot of things under the felony murder, but it's, and they have in here while committing or attempting to commit kidnapping. I mean, they have it written there. So I'm going to say maybe, but they can normally do lesser charges. So I'll be interested to hear the attorneys talk about why she declined. Read the email. Okay. Let me go read the email. So Ariel's like, I'm trying to tell you, I already told you, and you're not listening to me. I got it. Okay, so I just wanted to send you some stuff because I know you, like I do. You are right. I want to figure out why kidnapping charges were dismissed. I don't know for sure this is why, but I think it might be. Also, I'm sorry in advance because this ended up being a lot longer than I expected. Okay, generally, at least the way I remember it, a person can't be charged with 2 crimes when it's impossible to commit 1 crime without committing the other because it violates double jeopardy. Yeah, that makes sense. I just don't, it's just tough because I guess because they are putting kidnapping in the charge, but there's like 7 other things that the felony murder could be, but I guess they're citing it. So, for example, consider a person is charged with possession of equipment or supplies with intent to manufacture methamphetamine and manufacture of methamphetamine. It's impossible to manufacture methamphetamine without possessing the equipment to manufacture it. I get what you're saying. This makes sense. So the possession charge would be a lesser included offense, but a person cannot be charged and convicted of both. I got you. Since Ari is charged with 2 counts of murder while committing or attempting to commit kidnapping is the included offense, it makes it so that it's not possible to commit murder while committing kidnapping without committing kidnapping. Does that make sense to everybody? So because they're citing kidnapping here, you can't also be convicted of kidnapping. You can't kill somebody while kidnapping and then get convicted of kidnapping because you obviously you're being convicted of kidnapping here. Yeah, they're very close. And that's why I said, like in other states, they're very separate on how they are coded. I guess if they wanted to, they could have done counts 3, 4, and then 3, 4, and 5, 6. But that wouldn't make sense because counts 5, 6 don't carry the sentence that counts 1 and 2 do. So they want the bigger one that has the bigger sentence. So 1 through 4 makes the most sense. You can't convict someone of felony murder with kidnapping and also intentional murder. The elements required for each prove murder, the highest possible charge. That's interesting. What about the 4 counts of murder? That's a first. Well, so like with Chris Watts, they did all the different murders, but they did it with like the different groups. So like he was charged with like 9 counts of murder, but each one was different because it was like murder of a person under 12, murder of a person in a position of trust. So I don't know. On High Cold Truth, welcome. I don't know. This one's tricky because, like I said, I really don't understand why their law is written or the codes are written that way. It sounds like they have plans to cook him. That's also that one news article did say that, Michelle. They said that the prosecution chose to dismiss those 2 charges. But then another article said that the judge did that. So another thing that we have to wait to hear from somebody who's actually in the courtroom and can tell us. I'm just looking to see if there is anybody going live to tell us what happened in the courtroom. I'll pull up YouTube one more time. Let's see. Did Frank Meister ever go back on his live to join in and like once the hearing was over? Did he ever go? Does anybody know? That's why I said I see a ton of people with lives about to start.
And right now, we begin with a live look at the Allen County Courthouse this afternoon, where another hearing is underway.
This one was posted 14 minutes ago, so let's see what it says.
About the Delphi Murders case. Good afternoon. It's 4 o'clock. It's been a busy day full of legal battles in the Delphi Murders case leading up to this trial that's set for May. Most of the focus, though, is not dealing with whether Richard Allen is responsible for the murders of Abby Williams and Libby German.
Well, today, the judge did agree to add 2 more charges against Allen. This afternoon, senior investigative reporter Bob Siegel is in Fort Wayne to explain what's happening now.
The hearing has now shifted to whether Richard Allen's defense team should be held in contempt for their role in leaked crime scene photos and also for allegedly speaking about the case despite a gag order. Andrew Baldwin and Brad Rosie are trying to defend themselves against those contempt allegations, and Richard Allen is here in court today to hear the testimony. This morning, prosecutor Nick McLeland called 3 witnesses, all of them investigators working for Carroll County or Indiana State Police. They testified they traced a leak of crime scene photos to a friend of attorney Andrew Baldwin. That friend has admitted in court documents to essentially stealing the photos by taking pictures of them and disseminating them without the knowledge of Baldwin or Rosie. And that friend has since been charged criminally. But the prosecutor says Baldwin also shared information with that friend about the murder case that he should not have because of a gag order that's been in place since December. He says those factors combined are grounds for contempt. This afternoon, an attorney representing the defense attorneys explained why the actions of Baldwin and Rosie do not rise to the level of contempt and why there should be no discipline taken against the defense team. Now, the judge repeatedly ruled against the defense, many of their motions and many of their requests, at times snapping at them in some very tense exchanges. But at this point,
snapping at them in some very intense exchanges. Damn it. Why wasn't this? Why do they have cameras in the courtroom?
she has not ruled whether they will be held in contempt. She's giving both sides a chance to submit some written closing arguments, so to speak. So we expect her decision to come sometime in April. What's happening right now is essentially an extra hearing that we were not expecting today. It is going to be a hearing that's taking place right now on whether to dismiss the charges against Richard Allen. His defense team says the charges should be dismissed because they claim the state has been withholding evidence that could be helpful.
Okay, so this is what I thought was supposed to be happening, was that the defense, remember the defense filed the motion to dismiss the charges? That's the hearing I thought was supposed to be taking place this afternoon. So is court actually over? There are 2 reporters telling viewers how she acted toward defense. Tell the reader not biased and what the optics look like. Let me see. Yeah, on Frank's, it still has stand-ins. Yeah, that's where I'm at. Well, even after the Supreme Court ruled, I was just like, all right, everybody, just go to court, put on your big girl panties, and let's get the trial done. Like, let's just do it. You know, this whole thing today is just it's so irritating because I'm just like, this doesn't change anything. So now we're at the point where we're just going to find out if she's going to fine them or potentially throw them in jail. I mean, is she waiting until April so she could throw them in jail right then? I don't think I think it's pretty obvious she just gets really irritated, especially probably with Hennessy, because, you know, he's kind of stepped up in her courtroom a couple times where she's like, yeah, go ahead, have your say, do what you got to do. So can somebody actually confirm to me that they are not in court right now? Can anybody actually tell me that they've heard from somebody from the courthouse? Because the people I know in the courthouse have not come out and said that they're done. And then he's now saying that they're in there with the motion to dismiss, which is what I thought they were going to be doing this afternoon. Well, they locked up the entire courtroom. Okay, so let me keep playing it and see what he says. I haven't seen anybody who's actually in the courtroom come out and talk.
To Allen and his defense. We will have more on that and to dismiss the charges against Richard Allen. His defense.
Oh, that's what I was going to tell you. So the motion to dismiss was filed based upon the fact that they had lost all this information. Like, how can you even show us that he's the right guy when you've lost everything that you've had anyway? So they had requested for a motion to dismiss. And he says it wasn't expected today, but that's actually what I did expect. I thought they would do the contempt, the amended charges, and the dismissal. But I'm thinking court's not out.
Team says the charges should be dismissed because they claim the state has been withholding evidence that could be helpful to Allen and his defense. We will have more on that and those tense exchanges I was telling you about. All that coming up on 13 News at 5 and 6. In Fort Wayne, Bob Siegel, 13 News.
All right, Bob, thank you. We are now joined by legal expert Katie Jackson Lindsay to break down what today's hearings mean for the future of this case. First of all, let's talk about this contempt issue. What does the prosecutor have to prove here?
So the prosecutor has to show that there was willful and intentional disobedience on the part of the defense team in how they responded to Judge Gall's orders.
And to what level it rose, right? To contempt.
Right. Yes.
So what's at stake here? I mean, if let's say the judge says, okay, you're found in contempt, what could that mean?
Well, there's a range of sanctions. So what our contempt laws say is that if it's a civil contempt issue, then the parties can be fined. They can be forced to pay legal fees. Mm-hmm. This isn't really a civil issue that we're talking about. So the penalties here could range from a fine or imprisonment, or the statute says whatever the judge deems appropriate.
And the likelihood of them being behind bars is pretty small, I would say.
Pretty unlikely, yeah. Yes.
So at the end of the day, this is yet another hearing about fighting between the prosecutor and the defense. Meanwhile, we've got the trial that has been moved up from October to May. Why this hearing now? Does it not take away from trial prep, or is this just part of the process?
I would think it takes away from the trial preparation resources of each side. And if you read into the defense motions related to the issue, that's exactly what they're saying. They've been filing motions to continue over the last couple of weeks. And it's not because they just want to delay these proceedings. What they're telling this court is, Your Honor, we understand that the state has raised this. However, there are more pertinent issues at the forefront right now in terms of getting this case ready for trial. And so absolutely, it is absolutely taken away from trial preparation resources.
All right. Well, clearly the judge saw the need to go ahead and hold this case. So we'll find out soon, or I guess in the next couple of weeks anyway, what she had to say and the reasons for going and holding that hearing now. Katie, thank you.
Okay, they are still in court, which is what I was thinking too. Like, so this whole like it's over. I think it's like each portion. Like, we remember the news this morning was like it's over, and we were like, nah, it's just starting, because they did the So it looks like they did the amended charges, then the contempt hearing, and now they're doing the motion to dismiss. Little wonky in the order, but I thought they'd put all the contempt stuff together because of it being the defense attorneys, and then they'd put all the actual trial stuff where it's the defense attorneys versus McClelland together at the same time. I know, right? Finally, an analyst is saying that. Reasonable adults on the TV. More law mommies, please. Yeah, she was making sense. So we don't know who the defense called as witnesses yet for the contempt. Okay, so we essentially have one more thing. We have one more thing for her to possibly rule on today, which is the motion to dismiss the charges. I don't know. I would not expect. I would be floored if she dismissed the charges. I'll just say that. I would be floored. I mean, I don't even know what. I think I'd just pass out. That would be crazy to me. So that's kind of where we're at right now, I guess. So we and the killer have 2 more months to find out if RA walks. So I know somebody was saying yesterday that they thought maybe the prosecutor was going to postpone the trial, but the only way the prosecutor can do that is by releasing him. I don't think there's another way around the prosecutor being able to push the trial back. At this point, I'm concerned that the defense isn't going to want to push the trial back. I don't know. I guess I just don't know, because they're saying that they're getting all this quote unquote new discovery that they didn't have before and how long it's taking them to go through it. Are they going to be able to do that by May 13th? Right. And that's kind of what we were talking about earlier. Like, I don't care what side people are. I don't care if you think this guy is guilty, innocent. That is irrelevant as long as things are done correctly. But how do you lose 70 days? And how do you not tell anybody? I mean, you know that you lost it. You know you don't have it. And that, to me, I mean, if it was shit, people make mistakes all the time. Like, they really do. I mean, there's human error in everything that we do. There always is. So why at the beginning of this would you not just be like, we found out in September of 2017 that there was an error with the DVR system. It's more weird to me. I mean, it's probably not more weird, but it's just as weird to me that, like, this is what's coming out now that we're almost at trial. They have 70 days worth of interviews that are just gone. And the first 7 days is like one of the most important things to have. And it's just gone. It's just gone. What if she says not guilty? She can't do that. How you man on the defense clearly are the ones trying. I absolutely disagree. I don't know. I would not say trying isn't the right word. What do you do when they're just giving you the information now? Maybe they'll be able to do it. Maybe they'll be able to pull it off and do it on May 13th. And, and I also don't know how do you do it without having any expert testimony. So I do not feel like they're trying to delay. It doesn't make any sense for them to delay. Hennessy Terry McClelland to shreds in contempt is being our trial strategy. Hello. I don't know. I cannot wait. I cannot wait. Why is this not done yet? They're going on almost 5. It's almost 5 o'clock. This is the motion to dismiss for destruction of evidence, the erasing of the videos. I don't think I saw a specific ruling on this. However, it's safe to assume that she'll deny it, but we don't know that yet. Oh, you do, Shelly? See, that's great. And you're not crazy, but that's just crazy. I don't see it that way at all. Because if they had everything and we're like, okay, here's our last ditch effort for you guys to tell us like what else is missing, or to tell us, I shouldn't say what else is missing. Like, do you really not have these, or do you have these? That's pretty normal. I mean, obviously, they're both going to have motions to compel discovery from each other. That's a very normal thing in any trial. But I don't know why. What would they be delaying? The lack of funding stood out to you. No, Shelly, I didn't mean like you're crazy. I'm like that just thing. I don't see it at all as the defense trying to delay anything. I mean, they stated like we're ready to go, and all of a sudden now they're like, you're giving us these interviews that you're saying you didn't even have. Like what? And you're saying that you don't have these other interviews now that you were supposed to have, and now we don't even know who the hell was interviewed and who wasn't. This is, whether you think he's guilty or not, I'm telling you, like, that is going to be a big deal when they can't even account for who was interviewed and whose interviews are lost. That's tough. Fundamental discovery for both sides to try a case in court of law not being turned over is a huge problem. Yes. They're giving Baldwin shit for not informing them of the accidental email, yet they lost loads of interviews and never said. They were like, nope, we're not going to tell anybody. Because they brought a dump truck of receipts. Gold needs to reevaluate her bad decision. McClellan needs to prepare for his incarceration. I don't know about that far, but I know people think that. I'm not that far. I think it's going to be interesting when it comes to finding out how he got access to that ex parte, because in the defense filing, they state the clerk said it was filed correctly and that he would not have had access to it. So I don't know. I don't know what the defense is going to do about McClelland, if they're going to. I mean, they filed for sanctions, but I just don't know where that's going to end up. Yeah, it's all defense shenanigans. How else are they supposed to handle it? I don't know. We've just never seen anything like this. Yeah, I don't believe that Nick McClellan will be jailed, but I would not be surprised to see him sanctioned and maybe suspended. Would it be, I mean, maybe they all just need to be sanctioned. Maybe they all need to be sanctioned. Maybe they all need to go to jail for a weekend. And like me being a mom, I'm like, okay, here, you're going to all sit in the room until you can figure out how to get along. And you're all going to spend the weekend in jail together in the same cell. Now, come out and be best friends. Oh, God, what a disaster. I know, Phoebe. This is, and not to go back to comparing to the Koberger case, but, I ultimately do, just because they're both so high profile and going on at the same time, that I think, of Ethan Chapin's family, who's like, you know what, we cannot let the court processes like dictate our lives and our every move. And they're like, we have to heal and do things in honor of Ethan, because no matter what happens at court, it's not going to bring Ethan back. And at first I was like, what in the heck are you talking about? Like, you better be involved. But now the more I think about it, I'm like, I think they have it right. I think they have it right, because otherwise the emotional roller coaster going through what these families go through that are victims, the families of victims like this, I know me personally, and I have major anxiety and panic disorder as it is. If this was like me having to go through this roller coaster of attorneys and trial dates and just the crazy behind it, I don't know if I would be able to physically handle it. So, yeah, Shanann's mother didn't attend all the court proceedings. That was pretty close, though. I think a lot of people just don't understand how crazy and abnormal all of this is. I've been watching trials for 25 years. Yeah, for a long time. I've never seen anything like this. And it's weird, though, because like it's kind of thrown in with things that are absolutely normal. Like I said, I mean, obviously there's motions to compel discovery. That's not abnormal. But when the motions to compel discovery is like, hey, they deleted 70 days worth of interviews, and we don't know why or who they even interviewed. Like, what? The only way they can, and from my understanding, is if they release him, because then they have a year to get to a speedy trial. he'd have to be. That's the only way I can think that they could push it. And maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. That's a hard one too, because I know they do support law enforcement, which I get. I mean, if you're in a town of 3,000 people, you really aren't going to go if you don't plan on leaving the state. Not just the county, but you got to probably plan on leaving the state, because you got ISP in this too. How do you go against them and still live there and think that you wouldn't be somewhat of a target? That's a tough call. You'd have to be prepared to uproot your whole life. Hi, Cop Facts. They had enough to feel confident to write the damn Franks motion. I think on that part, do they only have the year for Morphew too? No, so Morphew, because they didn't release him, they actually dropped the charges. They dropped the charges without prejudice, so then they can actually just go back and charge him for whatever they want to, because murder has no limitations, so they can just do whatever they want. All right, hold on, let me see if I'm getting an update here. Okay. Let me give her an update real quick. Still inside. Okay. So I highly doubt that we're going to see anything with her dismissing the charges. So, that's what I was saying. So different, because if they let him out, they would just be letting him out on bond or on his own recognizance. I don't know how they would end up pulling it off, but I'm just saying, like, that's what the only way I see them possibly being able to extend the trial, because so the rules to have a speedy trial for somebody in prison or in jail is different than somebody who's walking the streets. So let's say I'm out on bond and I file for a speedy trial, then the judge has a year to schedule it, anytime within the next year. But if I'm locked up, then in Indiana, the judge only has 70 days to schedule it. So that's the only thing that would make sense to me for the prosecutor to be able to push it back. They're not going to no, she's not disqualifying them at all. I agree. Hi, Francis. No, they're not going anywhere. Nobody's leaving the case. She's not kicking them off. She's gonna hold them in contempt, which will either be a fine, which is just ironic because they're not getting paid as it is. If she tried to boot them, they would absolutely be back at the Supreme Court. It just wouldn't make sense because the Supreme Court would already ruled that not to kick them off. And they made it very clear that their whole thing was about getting the trial back on track. I do not see her doing it. I have wondered, is there some trick up her sleeve? But the contempt hearing as of right now, for anybody just coming in, the contempt hearing is over. What is going to happen is the defense has 1 week to submit a memo. Basically, like the news guy was saying, essentially closing arguments. And then a week after that, the prosecution has a week to submit some type of memo, closing argument. And then from that point, she has 30 days to make a decision on the contempt. That puts us at end of April. So that puts us at almost 2 weeks before trial. So, yep, I totally agree with you, Cold Truth. It's so irrelevant. This is not the important part. This is just taking away from all of them being able to prepare. Bob was in VJBC. Yeah, he was in. I don't think anybody was kept out. I think everybody made it in. If RA's attorneys are arrested for the max time, that's one way to push the hearing. Well, that's true. That's true. I guess if she's like, you're in jail the next 14 days and now they don't have time to prepare for the trial. I don't know. I just think that she knows that she's really being looked at, and especially by the Supreme Court. I don't know. I don't put anything past her, but I just don't think so. And somebody said whisper. Okay, I don't think so. Not so that she can't hear me. Right. She's doing that because of the Supreme Court. Because if she doesn't, then they're going to take it, and she holds them in contempt, then they might be in the Supreme Court anyway. All right. So I've not heard anything about the dismiss. I am going to hop off though. We've been on here for 5 hours. I'm going to, yeah, we're still live, but I am going to end it. So hopefully while I'm picking up my daughter, they will wrap up, because it is now 5 o'clock there. They have got to be done. And then hopefully Bob is going to be live. There's no doubt in my mind that he'll be live. If he's not live for like a super long time, which, because, you know, sometimes he just comes on and does updates, but if he has to drive home, then he probably won't go live till late tonight. Then I'll probably come back on. But if he goes live and he's on for a while and he's telling us all the things, then I probably won't come back till tomorrow. So I may be live again and I may not. So I don't want to make any promises, but I mean, shoot, we had over 800, almost 900 people here for most of the day. I thank you guys so much. It's absolutely humbling that you guys stay and hang out with me and listen to me get irritated with other people and just frustrated with what's going on in this case, and ready to go forward. Let's go to trial. Let's see if he's the guy and be done with it. That's where I'm at. So thank you all. Thank you. I'm going to try to play this and see if I can make it work. You know how, I don't know what I'm doing wrong, but apparently I do something. But I will see you guys either later tonight or I'll see you mañana. Have a good one.
Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown. Down the rabbit hole. Where it stops, no one knows. Head into the unknown.